Hello, welcome to Fandom February 2023. We're back with week 4. Um, but first we have to introduce ourselves. So we are the hosts for this week's Fandom February. Hi, hello, I'm Medekashi, and we also have our other co-host.
Hi, I'm Andy. I'm your other co-host for this talk.
All right. I'm actually like super excited for what we have in store today. We have 4 different talks that we're gonna have this week, and since we have like the whole day, I think it's pretty jam packed. So we're gonna have to rush through these, aren't we?
Yes, there's a lot we have to cover for this week as the last week of our event. So I hope you guys all enjoy what we have in store.
Yeah, we got a mix of people from outside the university as well as inside the university. So I think let's get it started with our first talk. Is that all right?
Yep, all good.
All good. All right. So our first talk today is titled Doujin Games in Japan and Why We Too Should Make Indie Games. This is something definitely for those in the game development course in Ateneo right now. This is held by ChairGTables, who is a game developer for Lame Dimension. So I'm gonna read out who is ChairGTables. So ChairGTables is the lead developer of Lame Dimension, who traveled from the Philippines to the US of A to pursue their dreams in the world of game development. He is notable for having multiple contributions in many gaming communities due to the desire of wanting to understand players more for his own games. Chair has hosted multiple tournaments across different events while still taking his own wins in the competitive space, such as obtaining multiple medals in EVO and performing multiple speedruns in GDQ or Games Done Quick, one of which made him the first developer to do a speedrun of their own game for a notable event.
So this talk aims for the audience to dive into the realm of Japanese Doujin games and learn the wonders of how small titles can create a massive cultural impact around the world. Discover how independent developers in Japan have small, humble beginnings, unable to expect how colossal their games would grow into decades later. Anyone can create games, and anyone can grasp the knowledge in this talk on how to get the motivation to make those dreams shine and how to shape the community's creativity. So now we will give the floor to our speaker whenever they're ready.
Yo, what up?
What up? What up?
Yeah, it's nice to have it's nice to see y'all again. I'm glad to be part of this. Oops.
We're glad to have you in as well.
Yes, welcome. Thank you for participating in this talk.
Yeah, I'm definitely glad to be here, and yeah, there's a lot I gotta show you guys. So, should, are we all set? Can I go? Oops.
All good.
All right, guys. Yo, what's up? Hold on, let me start my speedrun timer. All right. Yo, what's up, guys? It is me, ChairGTables. I'm just an ordinary guy. Don't worry about it. But today I'm gonna show you guys why Doujin games are so cool, why they're amazing, and why I think you guys too should make your own indie game, because it's a huge life changer, and I think it's one of the best creative outlets out there. But but before we head on to that, I talked about Doujin games and I talked about indie games, but what even are Doujin games? Are they like the same thing? All right, listen up. So like they're almost the same thing. Like Doujin games are essentially they're games independently made by an individual person or a small group known as a Doujin circle. So it's kind of like an indie game as well. Like indie games, people make their own game by themselves. But however, there's like a big difference with this, and I think the big difference with this is the culture behind it. And it's mostly like with Doujin games, they kind of focus a bit more on making it for fun, like rather than just for profit. So it's not just like like your own original IPs. It also can come with like, you know, a series that already exists, something that you really like, and you're gonna be like, oh, what if I can make a game because I love Mega Man so much? What if I can make a game about Mega Man's sister? And it's and it's Mega Man's sister saving Mega Man, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's so cool. So yeah, it's things like that. It's like, you know, coming up with your own fanfic and putting it in the form of a game. It's so cool like that, and it's really fun to see it like that. So yeah, there's, you know, you could also come up with your own, you can also come up with your own IP, and it's you know, it's a bit tougher like that because, you know, it's your own original series, and it, you know, with an existing franchise, people already know that it already exists, but with your own original series, it could still shine. So yeah, it's mostly about like what you love, and that's what we're gonna talk about today. Like, what even are like the 3 key ingredients in order to make a doujin game, and I'm gonna show you guys. Like, you need these 3 ingredients in order to make a doujin game, and the first one is passion. Second one is friendship, and the third one is resilience. Ooh, spooky. I'm gonna go over with you guys and like, you know, what these are, and I'm gonna show you how like some games kind of have this as well, because I know for some of you guys that are like, you know, you kind of want to start your own game too. These are very important. These are very important. This is really what will get you along through the whole development process. All right, so guys, I know. I think as years pass, Melty Blood and the Tsukihime series have been kind of been blowing up. Back then, it wasn't really that known, but now, like, it's everywhere. Like, you know, Melty Blood is in Evo too, so that's pretty hype. So yeah, a lot of doujin games are essentially made from a series that I said that you know already exists, and it's essentially like something that you're super passionate about. And it's a funny thing with Melty Blood, because like, you know, you could see right here, we like, I think it was last year or last year, Melty Blood Type Lumina came out, and there was also the Tsukihime remake. But you see, the thing here is that the first Melty Blood came out like, I think 2 decades ago at this point, and it was based off the original Tsukihime game. But you could see right here like how old it is. You have this like old Windows 2000 installer right here. It's so hype. It's so hype. But yeah, it's, I mean, because like, you know, back then, like, you know, so the creators of Melty Blood, their company now called French Bread, and you know, they released like Melty Blood for like PS4 and all the consoles. And but back then, you know, they were just like some small group that just created Melty Blood on the PC, and it's just like, you know, it's like, yo, I love the Tsukihime series. Can I make a game out of it? Yeah, sure, go for it. And then they made the Melty Blood game, and everyone loved it, and it just began to grow from there. It's literally just like a small group, and it expanded from there. But you gotta know this, like, you know, like Melty Blood was just supposed to be like a small doujin game, and a lot more people played it. But the thing is, Tsukihime 2 was a doujin game. It also has its small starting roots, and you know, they're passionate about it too. They wanted to create a very nice story, and it really showed. And it's so funny because like, French Bread, remember the company they said that they created Melty Blood? Yeah, they started off too, like making other fighting games for games that they're passionate about. Before Melty Blood was the Queen of Heart 98, which is a fighting game about, you know, the visual novels that they like, especially it's for the Leaf series, or rather the Two Heart series. And yeah, you see right here, like, if you got the passion to make something, if you love something, it's so much easier to create something out of it. And sometimes you can come up with the greatest things ever. And yeah, you know, like I said, like, you know, Melty Blood started off as, I think because like the first Melty Blood, like, there was more emphasis on the story, because you know, Tsukihime is a visual novel, and Melty Blood had a much bigger like, you know, there's like story arcs and stuff like that. But soon enough, like a lot of people were taking notice about the fighting aspect, and because of that, you get passionate. It's like, oh man, I gotta make this more enjoyable for the rest of the people to enjoy. And now they began holding like bigger tournaments as they made more versions out of it, because Melty Blood, within like over a decade, like they keep coming up with new versions, and it's really nice because after each version it keeps getting better. And soon enough, everyone began to see the passion behind the Tsukihime series and Melty Blood, and people loved it. And now we're in the age where people would go to Evo to compete in Melty Blood with a Guitar Hero controller, and people competing in Melty Blood in the bathroom just because it's that great. Yeah, there's also tournaments that was held in the New York streets just because people loved it that much. You see, if you have passion for making a game, it shows with the players, and they'll have passion for you back. But it's another, and just like that, you could see like there's a whole community behind this, and it's great. And that's what I'm going to talk to you guys about. Like, in order to make a great doujin game, you need to have friendships. Like, I'm not just saying like I mean, friendships are great. Friendships are really great. You need it. You need people to lift up your spirits. And it's not just with your own development team. I mean, having a development team is great too, but it's also the community, everyone around you. If you have the friendships, you have more drive to finish your own game. And just like that, like it's, you guys know this. Like Higurashi, it's so big now too. Like we got we got the awesome anime series, and we got the console and Steam releases of the visual novel. It's great. It's great. It's really, really great. But I would say that if it wasn't for the community and the family of the developer Ryukishi07, like, oh jeez, I would say that the homie life was the true MVPs of this. Because listen, the first episode of the visual novel sold less than 50. It only sold less than 50. But you see, like, with Higurashi, like it started with the developer just like, he was like just making like illustrations for cards, and people liked it. And it was awesome. But he has a bro, and his bro is like a programmer, and they're always together, and they're like, let's make our dreams come true. And then with that, they come up with this huge story, like they have like inspirations in their lives, and they were like, okay, we gotta combine all of these horror elements together, and we can come up with something crazy. But yeah, even with that, like, geez, there was only less than 50, but that shouldn't break your heart. That definitely shouldn't break your heart, because after they did a bit more of that, like, there's more and more people that was joining them, people that they encountered through, like, the cards thing, and then here's the funniest thing, like, so the developer's dad. He's the type of dad who's like, oh, video games, that's bad for you, and he takes the games away, and that would make him sad. But now, like, as they turn out like more episodes, there's like more interest that's happening, and then the dad was like, oh, I guess this was cool after all. And then the dad started helping his son. He was like, this like just doing research, because that's kind of the dad's field. And he would make his dad like research, like, how much of this do I need to blow up a classroom? and no matter how absurd it is, like, his dad would be like, okay, I will try to find out for you. And then the mom would be like, okay, I'm good. And then, like, the mom would just like go online and just look what people have for feedback, and she would like just arrange them to be like, what's helpful and what's not really that helpful. And it's great too. Okay, let me tell you something about, like, the online feedback. The thing is, this, so one of the people that joined, they like, because like the sales were low, he was like saying maybe we could put out a demo for free online for like the first episode, and he was like, yeah, that's great. And then he put out the game online, and then the game got leaked with like the 3 episodes they have so far, because the 3 episodes were all on the file that was sent for like the demo. But then people were like, whoa, this is actually really good, even though it's leaked. And then that's really where it started blowing up a bit more. It's with the you see this, like, it's with the power of friendships and the community. And then with that, more people got feedback, and then the mom would find out like what's actually helpful. And then with that, for their fourth game, listen, with like their fourth game, they started selling like 10,000s, and then and later on it would be like 100,000s, and it just keeps growing more and more and more and more and more. It's great. It's really, really great. And it's insane because, like, soon enough it ended up like this, like something small that that they were just passionate about, something that they loved, something that they wanted to come to life. It had an anime, and then soon enough it had a PS2 game, and then soon enough the visual novel started getting a remake over on the over on the consoles. It's awesome. And just like that, through the power of friendship, you can make something great. But just like that, like what I was telling you guys about, like even if there wasn't a lot of sales, you need to have resilience, guys. You need to have all the motivation in your life in order to get things down, because listen, like there's gonna be a lot. There's going to be a lot of things that's going to be blocking your way. You're going to be like, oh, I don't know how to do this. You might be starting to doubt yourself, but no, don't. You need to find reasons to keep going, because if you give up now, how will people see like how great is something that you're going to come up with? There's so much potential. You cannot give up. And just like that, like like it can come, stuff like that is really what will be important for something that you create. And like, listen, like even if you're gonna be like, but I'm not sure if anyone really cares about this yet. Don't get into that mentality, because you just started. People will love it. You just gotta grow it a bit more. So yeah, listen to me. Like Toho, like it's everywhere now. It's literally everywhere now. But it really did also have the small humble beginnings. That's why you gotta stay strong for yourself. So yeah, in case you guys don't know what Tuhu is, all right, listen. So Tuhu, I call it Tuhu like all the time, like the number 2 and an H and a U. But yeah, Toho was started by this guy named Zun. Like he started Toho actually, like when he was in college. But yeah, he wanted to do that just because he wanted to find a place where he could compose music in, because that's like his biggest passion. He really wants to compose music, but he couldn't he didn't really know anyone just yet, or like a place where he could put his music. I think he also kind of wanted to like compose for Capcom, but he couldn't really do that yet. So he was like, oh man, I want to compose for music. Then I will make the game for it. And it was perfect too, because like he wanted a game that that he was happy about, a game that plays the way he wanted to play, a game where he can play as a shrine maiden that he always wanted. That's important, by the way. He wanted a game where he could play as a cute shrine maiden. Yes, exactly. So yeah, and with that, like he got his mindset. The thing is, like, he also kind of like he kind of dabbled in some areas for like with games and stuff, but this is really where he gets tested. This is where he starts to learn how to make a really nice game, a game that he would not expect would grow out of proportions. So yeah, he got his game ready, and it's like okay, I gotta show it off. And this is what like one of the best places you could show your game off to the world, and it's called Comiket. So Comic-Con is like the largest event ever. Like I've never seen an event this huge. Like if you ever see like a videos of like the Comic-Con lines, it's insane. It's insane. Like look at the bottom left. That's the line, and it goes on forever. But yeah, like this is an event where people could show off their independently created creations, whether it's like, you know, if it's a game, if it's a manga that you made, or if it's just a cookbook. Yeah, someone there was actually someone that created how to make a cheesesteak guide based off a game that I created and sold it over there. I was so happy. I can't believe that there was something like that over there. But yeah, like this is such a huge event. Like when this started in 1975, there was only like 700 people. And now, like, look, it grew by like 100,000 times. Like, or okay, maybe I don't know how to do math, but listen, like in the recent years, like we reached like 75 or like 750,000 people. It's huge. It's really, really big. And like, you know, in 1995, I think that's when the first Toho game was released. There was at least 250,000 people over there. Yeah, it's so big. It's so big. Okay, I guess it's 1,000, but yeah. But you know, you know, like you can see from here, like there's barely any room to breathe, and with, you know, with conventions, like there's a lot more space for like tables and larger table, you know, there's like larger tables for you to put more things in. But in Comic-Con, especially for like, you know, most of the people selling their stuff over there, because yeah, you could literally sell anything you want over there. They're like, look at these tables, they're pretty small. And you know, you're always you're sitting close to other people. Just that's because, you know, there's a lot of people selling their own things there. It's great. It's an amazing event. And if there's an event like this in the Philippines, I would be so happy. I would be so happy. I've never heard of an event like this anywhere else. And yeah, it's amazing. So yeah, so Zune got his game done. He's ready to show it off there. And what's the result? Okay. Before I proceed, I'm gonna ask permission from the Toushin guys. Are you cool with a 1-minute clip from an anime? I made it smaller. I put another GIF over there, and I put some text that said "cute game" so it doesn't get copyrighted. Are we cool with that? But if not, I can even voice act over it. But yeah, are we cool or not? Okay, you allow it? Awesome. All right, let's look at it. So basically, this is not Zune, by the way. This is an episode from an anime called Welcome to the NHK. This is essentially what happened. Wait, are you guys able to hear this? If not, I will voice act it. You don't hear audio? Oh, okay, that's unfortunate. Okay, you know what? Sound on Zoom? Okay, I'm so sorry. I don't use Zune. Oh, share sound. There we go. I got it. There.
見ろよ山崎俺たちの名前が出てるぞ
当然じゃないですか僕たち2人で作り上げたゲームなんですから
間に合ったんだな冬コミに最後のチャンスに
何を言ってるんです佐藤さんこれは始まりですよ世界に羽ばたく僕たち2人の伝説の始まりですうわ
本日はご来場いただき誠にありがとうございますまもなく閉会のお時間となりました
売れたのは結局5枚だけか
まだ終わりじゃありませんよ5人のユーザーのうち誰か1人でもこのゲームの素晴らしさをネットに書き込んでくれればそれをきっかけにブレイクするのは間違いありませんっていうか別に売れなくてもよかったんです
Yeah, there's your 1-minute clip. That's what happened. That's what happened. I mean, Zune sold just a bit more.
見ろよ山崎
No. Oops. But he actually only sold 30 copies for the first game. But yeah, like, it's like he spent countless hours on this, and endless amount of pains, a lot of confusion. He was just a college student that was just learning how to like make a game. And this is 1995. It's not the age yet where a lot of tools were accessible in order to make a game. He made this on the PC 98. But you end up only selling 30 copies. But of course, what you need to do is you need to be able to hold on. Because if you give up now, there's people won't see your full potential. And just like that, Zune continued on. He knows that there's a lot more to Reimu than there ever is. And thus, he made Touhou 2, he made Touhou 3, he made Touhou 4, he made Touhou 5, and then he goes to Touhou 6! And Touhou 6 was the first game where we end up with, the embodiment of Scarlet Devil. And that was the first game that was released on Windows. And that's really where it kind of started blowing up. And it also comes with the fact it also comes with this fact where Zune was like, okay guys, if you want to make some doujin games, manga, or anything else with these characters, go ahead, I allow you. And with that's where the floodgates really opened. And this is also where I said, like, friendships and the communities, that's really where doujin games shine. Because, like, with this, like, like Zune just wanted to make games that he was passionate about. He wanted to have a platform where he can make music for. And Touhou, and this is really where it shined, because with this, we get things like Bad Apple, we got Touhou Luna Nights, and now we got Bad Apple in like every every arcade rhythm game. And there's literally Touhou music everywhere now. You cannot avoid it. In fact, like there was this event that I staffed for, and before we opened like all the game room, like we on the arcade cabs, we were like, let's play all the arcade cabs with Bad Apple on. There was a bunch. It was so funny. We played them all at the same time. And yeah, because like it's this is really where things you could see that you can start off small, and now we're in the scale where Touhou is everywhere. And because you were able to be resilient, and the fact that you never give up, you're able to share this joy with everyone else in the world. And not just that, like Zune has inspired so many people into using their own talents to create their own things. Like I said, like there's a lot of games about Touhou now. There's a lot of music videos. There's a ton of art. There's literally everything now. Like there's even conventions dedicated to Touhou. And because Zune was able to hold out for a long time and just kept believing in himself, he was able to create something great that would shape the world. It's so awesome. But yes. Yes, 25% of programmers try to make a Bad Apple port. It's literally everywhere. Like it's also in Sega Genesis. It's also on the NES. You could literally make Bad Apple in anything, and it's so fun. Like you could see you could see the passion coming out of everyone. Just like I said, you need passion in order to create doujin games, and it's fun. It's amazing. And if you just don't give up on yourself, like imagine this. If Zune gave up at like Touhou 3, what would happen? Like I bet that there's gonna be a lot of games that exist today that don't even exist anymore, because there's a lot of games that have Touhou roots on it. And if you don't give up, you'll see in the future that you too have shaped someone's life, and it's a great feeling. That's why you shouldn't give up. Just make sure you have a reason to keep going on. Like you gotta have the passion for it. And now I point it out to you guys. It's your turn. I'm telling you guys, games are one of the best ways to express your talents in a medium that anyone can interact with. If you're studying programming, explore what wonders that you can make with your code. There's so much you could do. And with that, you could also make a game out of it. Listen. Seeing people interact with something that you created is really fun. And if you love drawing, that's where you could start drawing things. Or rather, listen, if you could draw, if you can make characters, this is your chance to make anime come true to life. And if you make music, of course, listen. If you what's one of the things I realized? I feel like games feel, some games that don't have, that don't really have music, I feel like it could be a bit better. And sometimes the music is really what gets it on. It's pretty funny because there's a few games where I I modded music and I was like, oh, that's what the game was missing. Music is amazing. Like I said, like making games is not just about programming. It's a literal combination of everything. It's a space for people to write stories for. It's a space for people to try out programming. It's a space for people to contribute their art, whether it's making characters, whether it's making background, whether it's pixel art or traditional art. It's everything. If you want to make music, it's a perfect place to put it there. It's a huge combination of all the talents all come together. And you don't really have to do all of this by yourself. That's why I said the friendship aspect comes in. If you have friends, try and hit up the homies. And I feel like this could be one of the most fun ideas you could ever have. And if you don't really have an idea, it's like, I kind of don't know what I want to make. You could always come up with something for a series that you already like. Like, for example, okay, I'm gonna think of a random example. Like, okay, maybe you'll be like, oh, I love the Phoenix Wright series. Oh, I wonder what I could do if I could jump off the table. And then there, you have an idea right there. Phoenix Wright in a platformer where he jumps off tables and whacks Miles Edgeworth with a coffee cup. There, that's a game that you could have. Pick something that would make you happy. That's the spirit of Doujin games. You have to make something that you're passionate about, something that you could share with your friends and be happy about, and something that you feel like you could do this for a very long time. So yeah, like how would you have this mindset in your own titles? Like I said, what makes you happy? You have to figure out what do you want to do. If you ever played a game before and you're like, this game is nice, however, I wish it kind of did this, it's your turn to do that. You can make that game that you wanted. It's your turn. You don't have to wait for the developer to do that. You could do it yourself and make something even better, something that you might like yourself, something that you can share with your friends. And the best part of all, it's made by you. It's gonna be something that you can be proud of. Like if you ever thought like, oh, I I want to make a game about Super Mario, but I want it where he shoots mushrooms. There you go. Super Mario FPS. Have fun with it. And like with what I did, like it's there's a game that we're working on, and it's Hazuki Dice. It's essentially like, oh my gosh, I love the Live Be Live series, but it was never released outside Japan. It is now, by the way. They made a remake on the Switch, and I was like, oh, this is so great, but there was no more. And you know what I did? I'm the one that's gonna make the more, even though they made a remake on Switch. That was my mindset, but they released the remake first. But listen, that's not enough to make me give up because I want to do it too. And yeah, like I said, like this is something that you could totally share with your friends. It's really fun this way. Struggling alone is not really a fun thing to do. That's why you can selfishly struggle with your friends. Nah, dude, like listen. Sometimes the struggle that you share with your friends is what makes it a lot more worth it. Like when you finish the game, you could sit back, you can go and have a cheesesteak, and you could be like, oh wow, did we really do all of this together? That's right. And yeah, like sometimes you don't have to go and look, like just go to your neighbor and be like, make a game with me. Nah, you don't have to do that. Do something with people that you could share your passions with. And it's pretty funny because you don't meet all of these people right away. Some of the people that end up helping me with it's kind of a bit on the lines of I entered this tournament and I'm like, I love this character. I will use this character for the rest of my life, even though no one else uses this character anymore. And then the developer of that character is like, thank you for playing this character. And I'm like, I will play this character until the end of time. I will play the source material. And it's like we're homies now. And then soon enough it ends up being, we find out that we share a lot more a lot more things in common together. And then there's also the other part where it's like, you're my rival for this Toho game jam, and we did this for a couple of times. And then soon enough it's like, maybe I don't have time to do the game jam, and it's like, how about let's work outside of the game jam, and with that, friendship for life. It's amazing. It's really fun that way. So you don't have to rush it. Like, some of the people comes along with the journey, and the journey is really fun. And these people that you meet along the way sometimes are the people that will help you through the rest of the development. Like, they're the people that will make sure that you never give up. Never, because there's so many factors, like I said, that might make you want to give up. Whether it's things that you don't understand, whether it's like, you maybe it's time constraints, but no, listen, just do your best, hold on as much as you can, because by the time you release your game, everyone will love it, especially with all the friends that you came along with along the way. That's why I really implore you guys to do this. It's such a nice experience. Listen, like, in indie games are also great. Indie, the Doujin games are mostly towards like Japan, but it's also kind of the same as like indie games. If you have this, this is what will make your indie game great, whether it's commercial or if it's for free. In the end, it's all about the fun that you had along the way and the experience you could show with everyone. And sometimes this experience that you could share with everyone could change everyone's lives. Isn't that great? Because that is great for me. That's something I always wanted to seek. And that's why at this point I made over 100 games since elementary school. And I know, especially like in elementary school, like I barely get any downloads like at all. Like I think when I was like in 6th grade, like I think the most I had was like 5. But I was cool with it because like I still had fun with all my friends, and now we're at a point where there's a lot more dreams that we could share with everyone else. And there are people that are like that also got affected with their lives, and that kind of makes me happy. I'm glad with all the experiences that I've shared with everyone, and I'm sure if you could do your best, and if you keep dreaming, you can have this amazing experience too. And I want you guys to witness. I want you guys to witness this for yourself. How indie games can also shape people's lives. Because listen, I'm telling you, there are people who love indie games, and they would be down to throw tournaments for it anytime they want. And that's why. So listen, there's a tournament that's coming up tomorrow. And I mean, it's been going on for like this whole month. This is like an online tournament series, and it's held by the same people that manage all the side tournaments at Evo. Evo, the biggest fighting game tournament in the world. I implore you guys, in 15 hours, head on over to twitch.tv/956 productions, and you will see one of the you will see that even meme games can receive a lot of love and affection from the community, and it will build so much friendships, and it just inspires so many people, and it's great. So yeah, if you guys are still awake around that time, I implore you guys to check it out, and you'll see that no matter what type of indie game it is, it could shape anyone's life. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Yeah, this game is called Fight of Animals, by the way. It's literally a game where it's a fighting game about meme animals, and it's fun. It's really fun. And here's the thing, like I didn't know that it would shape my life. It all started with I want to go to Evo. I want to compete in Skullgirls. Evo gets canceled for that year. And I'm like, oh, what do I play? And then but the side tournaments were still happening, and they were online because they don't have the venue anymore because of COVID. And it's like what game do we pick? And then it ended up with this, and I did not know that this would continue to shape my life for years. I did not only have the enjoyment of playing with a lot of people. I did not only have more knowledge on how to play more fighting games. I also didn't, but it also got me the friendship. Like it's so funny how the people you play with can sometimes be your most passionate players with games. And with that, please. Even if you don't know how to make an indie game, even if you don't know how to do something, like there's always people around you that might want to make games, and I think you should give it a shot. If you ever want to think of programming something, go ahead and download an engine. You can try using Unity. You can try using RPG Maker if you want to make an RPG. You can use Ren'Py if you want to make a visual novel, or if you just want to focus on 2D games, go ahead and download Game Maker Studio. There's a lot of tools out there. Listen, we're now in the year 2023, and so many of the things that were difficult in the past are now accessible. Like you could see with some of the game examples I provided, like they had to work with like very limited tools back then, and they had to kind of push themselves a bit more. But now we're in this age where you can shine with your creativity with little obstacles now, and that's why I'm gonna say this, and it's one of the best times in the world for you to try something. And what I think is what I also wish is I haven't gone back home to the Philippines in a while, so I'm not sure if there's a lot of indie game events. If there is, I really wish that there's a place for this, like Comic Cat, because like I feel like there's so many people that work so hard, but it's hard for them to have a platform to show off what they really spend their time in. And I feel like maybe one day we should have an event just like Comic Cat, because people's work deserve to be shown. Like it's gonna be amazing, but there's creations that are amazing, but sometimes people don't see it. I feel like if we have something like this, it's not only can we have a place to show off people's work, but it's also going to be a place where people can have more can harbor new friendships. And with that, even more creations will happen. And that's why games are amazing. They shape people's lives way more than you think. But yeah, it's fun. if you want to do art and you haven't started yet, if you want to make sprites, like go and download a sprite right now. Like listen, like there's a lot less obstacles now. Like back then, you gotta get all these books, you gotta get all of these PDFs, but nowadays you can just go on YouTube. How do I make a simple Pong game? That's how you start. Go for it. How do I use a sprite to make a sprite? Go ahead, type that on YouTube. You got yourself a guide. There we go. How do I make a 3D model? Okay, how do I use Blender or something like that? And you got everything on your hands now. Technology has advanced to a point where we could learn anything, and technology is really amazing. But guys, I'm really glad that we've gotten to this point, and now it's your turn. And if you got something to show me, I want to see it. Things like this excite me. And with that, that's the end.
Thank you so much for that. I will now be sending the Slido for the Q&A portion. in a
Mhm.
minute. Hang on.
All right, that was the talk of ChairGTables. Oh my gosh, that was I don't. As someone who has done game dev before, I really felt that. I really felt like the passion that you have for making games and seeing the history, seeing the developments of that, especially we've seen a lot of it in Japan, but the potential of it like across the world, especially in indie game development, it's very
Yeah.
nice to see. Once again, for those who are late to the party, the name of the talk is Doujin Games in Japan and why we too should make indie games. Okay. So while we're waiting for questions, I believe the Slido is up now. So you guys can put in questions there. You can also put in questions in the chat and we will read them out. The thing I wanted to ask, actually, another thing I wanted to point out is that I think you would agree that back in the day, game development was just much, much harder, right?
A ton. A
Right?
ton.
And,
Mhm.
Hmm.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna say I tried developing a game for Game Boy Advance one time, and
Oh my gosh.
that's one of the hardest things ever. It just makes me think I can't believe people had to go through this back then.
And the thing is, for console dev, Game Boy is like usually supposedly one of the easier ones. Because I watched like a video on like how to get started developing on the Game Boy.
Yeah,
I'm guessing GBA is a slight tad bit harder, but
yeah. It was actually the GBA that I developed for. Yeah,
Right.
the current game that I'm developing, Hazuki Dies. I'm actually doing this because her game was supposed to be for the Game Boy Advance, and for like the whole semester on my college that I did that for, I was like this game has gonna be so much, and by the end of that, my presentation was, guys, I did my best. I can only make one chapter. And it's just a 1 minute platformer. That's the best I could do. And I made so many presentations about like through like to show my progress, just about like guys, I can't get this trampoline to show up on the screen. I don't know the registers to make these sprites work. But you can see right here, like it's guys, it's, you could at least touch this area right here and it functions like that. Just pretend that the sprite is there.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm guessing it's like easier for those who like were definitely there and lived the era, were part of a game dev company at the time, actually had documentation from from Nintendo about like, how to make Game Boy Advance games, right?
Yeah.
And of course, there's like the I guess talent, like programming back then is like a lot different than what it is now, right? Like back then you had to work with assembly code. You had to work like game dev as a whole was very different back then. You had to most times you had to make your own game engine, and like for especially for things like 3D modeling, you'd have to buy these like your company had to have these like super expensive SGI workstations, right?
Yes. Gosh. Oh.
God, insane.
Hi, so we should probably read the questions already because there's a lot on the Slido.
Oh
so
my god, there. Okay,
Yeah.
that's all right.
Okay.
All right.
I will start
go.
now. Okay, first question. Is Sonic Mania a game that was made by a team who created Sonic fan games?
Oh
a
my
big
god, I want to talk
Doujin
about
game. Oh my gosh.
that. I want to talk about that.
I
Actually,
can't wait to hear your answer.
For those who don't know, because I have to rep this because I'm a Sonic fan. Sonic Mania was actually not just developed, not really developed by Sonic team or anyone internally in Sega. They just helped out a bit. The main developers are actually people who used to make Sonic fan games, right?
Yes. And
So,
like
I can name them. Yeah, it's Taxman and Stealth. Yep.
Mhm.
Yep. All right.
Yeah. And yeah, like this also kind of ties in with like the Doujin game mindset. If you just have the passion to create something for an existing series, like someday it will come out and just you your passion and your love for something will truly pay out in the future. And with these guys, it really showed, because like you said, like it's just people that were creating Sonic fan games, and in the end they made a game that was published by Sega, and it's like an official game, and it's like I can't even imagine how happy they were when they got that opportunity.
Yeah, like they made it big, right?
Yeah.
You would never believe that, like, you just start out doing community stuff, and then you actually get hired by the company that you made fan stuff for, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, on to the next question, because we still have a lot to go, and we will try to get every question answered like vocally. If not, I will just copy paste all the remaining questions in the Zoom chat, and then
I think we can get through
speaker
this.
can answer them in the Zoom chat. Okay, the second one is: would you create a doujin game of your own game?
Yes, I would. Yes, I would.
Actually, the thing is, that's already a thing in Japan, right?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Like maybe I would even call like the Melty Blood kind of bit on that direction, because Type Moon was like also kind of involved with French Bread with the creation of Melty Blood, and Melty Blood is a doujin game of Type Moon's doujin game. But yes,
Alright.
I
Okay,
definitely would.
sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
No, I was just gonna say
Go on.
I definitely would make a doujin game of some of my games. In fact, I guess I kind of do that. Like sometimes for my birthdays, I would just try to remake some of my older games. So yes.
All right.
Okay, next question. Do Flash games count as a doujin game?
Maybe, because like there are some doujin games that were made in Flash, and some of these games are like they're Toho games, and they do count as doujin games. So yes, I would say that a lot of Flash games are made with the mindset of making a doujin game as well. So yes, I would say yes.
I would say I think would you agree with me, Chair, when I say that, like, I guess the only ones that don't count as doujin games when it comes to Flash games are like Flash games made by like official companies.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
for promotion
Yeah.
purposes. Yeah.
That's something I would say. Yeah.
All right.
Okay, on
Move
to
on
the next question. Is Comiket the final boss of conventions?
I guess I guess it is, because like it's tough, because like Comic Kit is also a place where anyone could show off their things. So it's like it's a bit more of an open space for anyone to get in there. So I think you do have to pay you have to pay some fee, but it's affordable compared to some of the other events where it's a bit more expensive, or they're very selective with what they're going to accept. So but I think one of the biggest challenges is just getting people to try out your game there, because you're competing with like so many other people that are selling their own stuff there. So I would say maybe it's maybe it's the battle before the final boss. I actually don't know what's like the hardest event you could show off your games at, but this one is definitely way high up there, especially since like I said, there's a ton of people there, so you have to put a lot more effort. So yeah, it's way up there.
In the convention space, like literally, like even the biggest conventions in the States, like Anime Expo, they're only like 115,000 attendees. That's like seven, like, and Comic Con is like 7 times more than that.
All right. Okay. Next question. Oh, there's a lot more. Wow. Okay. I don't know if we'll be able to answer all these in like vocally. So like,
We
I'll
have 10
just
minutes,
copy paste it
so-
in the. Oh, 10 minutes. Okay. All right. How do you feel about Nintendo shutting down fan games?
I'm actually against that. Like in a personal level, I actually don't. It's one of the things that I'm not really into, because like you have other companies that like are supportive of their fan games. Like like you said, like what we were talking about earlier, like with Sonic Mania. Like that was like one of the best ways you could show appreciation to your fans. And like, shutting down fan games, it kind of just removes like a lot of the effort that people have done for something that doesn't really hurt their IP. Like, this is something that gets people more interested and more curious about, like, their own game series. Like, I can bet like some people get into like, the game series from something that someone else has created. And I kind of feel that way with like other games. Like, there, in fact, like, for this game called the World Ends With You, my first exposure to that was actually a fan game. And they got me that kind of got me curious about like, what is this series. It looks, the characters are kind of cool. So yeah, like, Nintendo shutting those down kind of like removes some of the potential, some of the potential wonders that could have changed people's lives. And it just kind of hurts a bit on the personal level, because like, it's a lot of hours that people have spent, and they just remove it. And sometimes, and one of the things that's also a bit scary is if things like this get lost in time. And we definitely want to make sure that there's always a way to access something as as a part of history.
Okay.
Okay, I was told that we have about 2 minutes left because
Oh.
the next speaker is going to speak next. So one last question from the Slido, and then I will just copy paste the rest, including the one on Twitch,
Yeah.
to the Zoom chat for
Yeah,
you
I'll
to
answer on
respond
chat
to
for
in the
y'all.
chat. Okay, last one. How do you avoid scope creep?
Literally, just write down everything you want. Write down everything you want in your game, even if it's irrelevant. Then start removing the things that you don't want. So for example, like, you're like, oh, I want to make this platformer. Okay, now write down what you want in the platformer. Do you want this power up? Do you want this feature? Do you want this awesome cool mechanic? Write all of that down, and you'll be like, oh, I want alternate paths. Is that necessary? Start removing things that you don't need. Essentially, just write down as much as you can, and just, you don't really have to completely remove it. Like, just start sorting it. Like, what, there should be an area for, is this what's going to make the game what the game should be? Is this like something that would sell the main gimmick of the game? And then there's going to be a section for like, oh, these are kind of fun, they're kind of cool, but not really the main priority. So you're going to have that there if you have enough time to do it. And then there's the ones over there that are like, it's cool but not really necessary. So like, those are things that are very, very optional. And with that, you could kind of find like a, like a center point of like what makes your game the game. And with that, it makes your project a bit more manageable. GG's.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank.
Five
Oh, sorry.
5:50. The time is now 5:59.
Yes. Time check. It's 5:59.
Is it okay if we can sneak in like the last Slido questions, since okay, now we can't.
okay.
I guess just this one last thing, because Chair did start 5 minutes late. Last thing from the Zoom, actually. Fatima, I'll just read this real quick. Fatima says, not a question, but I love how there are people like you who are interested in this possibility for us to have our own version of indie games, just like Japan with their Doujin games and the West with their wide variety of indie games. Perhaps this is a great opportunity for us to have our own local games, which we do, by the way, with our own distinct style and integration of culture. I'm not a game developer myself, and I don't really see myself do it sometime soon, but I would most definitely try to support my local game developers as an artist. Yeah, that's from member of the Zoom chat that we have here. What do you think, Chair?
Oh, I definitely love this. Like, I want you guys to. I'm not gonna force anyone, but yeah, like, I want to see initiatives like this. Having your own version of indie games, and I kind of want to see like an event that just shows off like what Filipino game development truly is around here. Maybe one day we'll see it.
All right. I think I'll send the rest of the questions when I have them on the Zoom chat. But thank you so much again for taking the time to be a speaker for this talk.
Yeah,
This is a
no
very productive and like a very fun and lively discussion. So we're really glad to have you here. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. So now we'll be moving along to our next talk. I think we'll start our next talk now, or are we gonna go on break?
We can
I think
start
we can
our
start.
next talk now.
Yes.
All right. Okay, so now we'll move on along to our next talk, which I'll pull it out here. I hope they are ready to present as well. This is interesting because actually some of us at staff were actually looking at something related to our next topic, which we should actually name the title. These BL are dangerous, exploring the queer potential of manga. You're actually out at like SM North at like fully booked. You're browsing through BL manga actually. So right now I'm really interested, and we're also having this talk from someone who was also presented at FanFeb 2022, Dr. Christine Michelle Santos, assistant professor at
wait
the.
lang. Excuse me. A talk
Yes.
right now is Miwa.
Oh, sorry. I got that wrong. I'm having my
Yeah, I got
was-
I got a bit okay. Yeah.
Because
the
there's like a
top
huge
is
wall of
the
text on the
literary role
Discord.
plays.
Okay, we got that
Okay.
wrong. All
It's
right.
okay.
So this is I think this is someone who was part of Toushin before. Might get this wrong, but yeah. So literary role plays featuring how do you pronounce this? Lacie's Box.
Yes, that's how I pronounce
Yes.
it.
That's how you pronounce it? Nice, nice. All right. So, this talk is hosted by Miwa Hanazawa, the founder of Lacie's Box. So, let's talk about Miwa. So, Miwa is a community manager and creative storyteller who's been actively participating in literary roleplay since 2014. Consuming all sorts of stories as a kid, she is unbound by nonfiction and gives nothing less than 100% for everything she loves. She's also active in the anime convention scene as an organizer and a senior volunteer for BL and cosplay events. BL, we'll talk about that in the next talk, actually, respectively. In between creating Lacie's Box, doing her gotcha dailies, stewing worlds, and grinding adulting EXP points, Miwa completed her MBA degree and is currently exploring VTuber business models and the potential of Weab commerce. Oh, this is getting interesting. All right.
So now for the description of the talk. Fall into a rabbit hole of worlds without corners in this talk on literary roleplays, or RP, featuring Lacie's Box. Learn about how Lacie's Box found its roots in Toushin's roleplay space, the ins and outs of RP and communities, and how you too can start making one. Your story may be just like ours, and we'd love to see how you'll write yours. So now we will give the floor to our speaker.
Hello, can you hear me? Am I clear?
Yes.
Hello.
You can hear
Yes.
just fine.
I could see how excited you guys were about BL. I don't blame you. I feel the same. Let me just share my screen now. Let me know if you can see it. Do you see it? Is it there?
Yes, it is visible. Wow, that's so cool. That's so cool.
powered by Canva. Anyway, so good evening everyone. It's been I don't know how many years since I collaborated with Toushin. I think it's been almost 6 years since I last had an activity with Toushin. So I hope you all are doing great. It's nice to see, community growing. So today I'll be fulfilling a 7-year-old dream of mine, which is talking about literary role plays, and you have to listen. So I'd like this to be as casual as I can. I won't be covering everything we do in RPs because February would have ended before I even finished talking. So I'll be framing this talk in the context of how my community does their Facebook roleplays. I'll also touch on the basics of what literary roleplay or RP is, how we found our community, and what RPs have we done so far. So there's been at least 20 we've done at least 20 in the past 9 years, including the ones we've done with Toushin. So before I actually get carried away with just my intro alone, who am I? So I am Miwa, a community manager, a creative storyteller, a working weeb, and a full-time gacha player. I graduated with a degree in management and a minor in Japanese studies. I also just finished my MBA, as you guys said in the intro. So no matter where my years have taken me, I have been still into gaming, anime, webtoons, and role-playing. So they're still my constants up till now. So I served as Toshin's VP for Members Communications, or your HR, from 2015 until I graduated in 2017. Then I founded Lacie's Box in 2018, specifically because I couldn't let go of my RP hobby that started in Toshin and the people who made me who I am now, just as much as Ateneo did. So first, what is roleplay? So roleplay is defined as acting or performing the part of a person or a character. Literary roleplay is pretty much like that, but more specifically, it is written or a text-based roleplay. So here, role players act out scenes in narrative form, which is the style that you would usually see in books and novels. And in the context of roleplay, role players usually write in third person responding to characters or events prompted by the shared world between role players and moderators. So where does RP happen? If we're talking about literary roleplay, or RP, as how I will call it moving forward, there are different platforms that cater to it. Depending on the platform, the format in which the narratives are written may vary. So we have like short text and long text roleplays and games, and we also have forums, and we also have social media platforms like Twitter and Tumblr. And of course, there's Discord. So especially now with its new features for Nitro users. So its new features include Nitro users being able to create and switch user profiles depending apart from their main profile in their servers. My community in particular does RP in Facebook. So Toushin, Toujin, we all started also doing our roleplays here in Facebook. So using Facebook's format, we have what you call the main post, the threads, and the replies. So the main post, you can think about it as the main prompt, and then the main comments under the post are your threads, and then the replies are the responses nested under the main comments. So not only do we use RPs in Facebook, we also hang out rather and interact with our fellow role players in Facebook. So here, this was, I think, one of the last Toushin role plays. So Facebook groups served as a community hub for us. Every RP has its community where moderators and role players interact as themselves. We also have the classic reaction thread, or as it's called here, react thread. And it's where role players can react real time in what's happening in the RP's main page. And other, let's say, important announcements, like in this case there was like their graduation for the undergrads. So through the Facebook's through the Roleplays Facebook group, we were able to like share our announcements there, and documents pertinent to the RP are also posted in the Facebook group. Moderators can also post Q&As and FAQs for the community's convenience. It also helps that other role players may have the same concerns or questions as the others. So we get into things. What do these words mean? These can sound pretty technical at first, but RP terminologies or terms aren't all that complicated. Especially if you're into the anime and gaming culture, you're probably already familiar with most of them. So first, the role players. They refer to you and me. It's a person taking control of a character within a role play. So we are the writers of the story and we create characters. Characters are created entities that the role player use in order to interact with the world, interact with the setting, rather. They could be heroes, gang members, students, demons, or whatever the setting the moderators create requires. So the moderators, hiding behind a wall of text, are persons in charge of managing the roleplay. Their responsibilities are split depending on the arrangement inside their team. So they also handle the lore and the system. So if you're familiar with D&D, it's pretty much like the GM. And then we have what we call the main page and the character page. So the main page is the Roleplays Facebook page. This is where most of the roleplay happens, The main story, every role play has its main story, and it progresses here in the main page, and characters can also get to know more about the world through the posts in this page. The character page is the Facebook page of, yes, your characters. This includes your own characters page. It works similarly to a Facebook profile where you can post your own photos, your characters' photos, your snippets of your characters' lives, and where other characters can reach them easily. So in this example, Vela is an RP hosted by Toushin back in 2018 to 2019, and Fatima is a character from this RP. So next is face claims. A face claim is the image of an existing character, often from an anime used to represent and give the appearance of a player's character. So we also use like pick crew or make original art, but because not all of us can really draw, so we draw inspiration from existing characters. So we have here, like, let's say Nobara, and then there's Kave. So these are faces that we use to give form to our characters. So we also have NPCs. And speaking of original art, this is, I think most of these, like these ones, are original art by Arcane Halo. You should check them out. So characters can request NPCs. These are non-playable characters or moderator-controlled characters created for story and world-building purposes. So I will be talking about the different kinds of posts later on, but NPCs are often requested in a format in the post type, rather called a free roam. So here is RP basics. So a typical formal day in an RP runs from 7 p.m. to 12 a.m. from Monday to Saturday. So we've maintained this schedule since around 2014 in Toujin. And this doesn't include in threads in your character's page. Though back then in 2014 with Toujin and Toushin, we had curfews from 2 to 5 a.m. because believe me, people still are awake by the time replying to different threads. So that's how dedicated they were. So in the main page at 7 p.m. we have the assembly post where characters take attendance by commenting under the post. This helps moderators gauge the night's activities so they can adjust their plans accordingly. Meanwhile, free roam posts are up by 8 p.m. where characters can move around the setting as they see fit. And on days where there are quests or events, these kind of posts is also posted at the same time. So role play specific events like, let's say, a mission, a competition, or anything official events in the role play that is connected to the lore happens in this post. And then we also have what we call in-character NOs text. Long story short, in-character texts are narrations in canon. Formatting of in-character texts may vary from player to player, but most usually follow this format. So the regular font is for the actions and descriptions, and then we have like the quotation marks for the dialogue. And since Facebook doesn't have a text editor, role players usually use other text generator sites to further express their characters in text. So in this example, you have like, let me do it for you, and different kinds of font. And then meanwhile, we also have what we call the OOC. So OOC refers to out of character, and in terms of text intent, this is a role player speaking through their character's pages. This is often used for clarification or communicating something to the other role player. And then this one might be more familiar to you guys. It's called ships. So besides the plot, the ships are a priority for many role players, and I think we can all understand why. I mean, at least for me, I rather think about my characters' love lives than mine, kind of thing. But anyway, the word ship comes from the word relationship. And originating in fan fiction, shipping is the act of placing two characters in a relationship. Most commonly, this is used for romantic relationships. It can also apply for friendships or my favorite type of ships, which is hate ships. Anyway, last but definitely not the least is the lifeline of role players like me who can't finish their threads on time. It's also a bad habit of mine. It's called headcanons. So this is an agreement between two or more players about an event. Commonly, this is used in lieu of writing the thread. So if you don't have time to finish the thread and there is a plot development that's already needed, you can go ahead with a headcanon and then proceed as if it happened in actual. So how did it all begin? I keep mentioning that we had like role plays in Toujin and Toushin, but really, where did it all start? Here, it started with this one. So from 2014 to 2019, Toushin hosted a total of 7 role plays. Beginning in 2016, I think around this time, around Grand Clockwork's time, role plays became an official event up until 2019 or maybe even longer. I'm not quite sure. But I started doing RP roughly 9 years ago when Toushin was still called Toujin. And it began with a Facebook post from a senpai in the org page asking if anyone was interested in fiction writing or role playing. And back then, I had no idea what kind of rabbit hole I was getting into. All I knew is we were going to make characters and we were going to make gang members in school. So how cool was that? And then it's all started from there, and then we're here now. So before Hogwarts Legacy, I would say there was Gangyu, originally starting as a parallel to the 4 schools of Ateneo, injecting some weebery and created this beautiful amalgamation of anime, gangs, and a love for sorting hats. Well, I think you could see how much it could remind you of Hogwarts, but we kind of tried to model it after Ateneo schools. But then for the purpose of school piece, I will not match the Gangis counterparts to the schools of Ateneo. And we had face claims from different series. So with Hitalia winning the most number of face claims taken from its series. So we've seen Spain, Italy, a lot of the faces in Gangi were actually from Italia. And then back then, things were a bit more simpler. We write posts like this, and you will see later on in our future in my examples that it's evolved over time. So before a few texts and we had 1 year's worth of story going, but now we're barely satisfied with writing with 6 sentences. Well, that's usually how we are. So like a normal human being, we continue to add more things to the usual RP, increasing the production value tenfold. But basics, at least for RPers, have stayed the same. First, it starts with the world that you really like, that you really, really like. And then you create a character that you will love and care for. And here is the world. Like, not the stat, like the world. So according to a Toushin senpai's thesis, yes, there is a thesis on RP. There's actually 2 created by members of Toushin. This one is particularly called RPRL and Between, a study on roleplay community. So there it says that the world is the setting of the roleplay with its own rules and lore. Alternatively, it's called the universe. Each roleplay has a new and unique setting deliberated upon by the mods. Now this world called Camp Caduceus that I will be introducing you to briefly is the world of demigods. So this was me the entire time the roleplay was running in 2020. My brain rot hasn't left me since. I think my friends would be able to attest. I've been bringing this up every day of our lives. Okay, before I get carried away, here, the year is 2030. Imagine waking up one random day, going about your routine, and finding out you're a child of a godly being all along. Demigod powers which have been dormant for years suddenly reawakened, and before you know it, you've followed signs leading you to one Camp Caduceus. So for this roleplay, the characters are demigods. Moderators, before the start of the RP, release what we call the character creation week, a character creation form 2 to 3 weeks before the start of the roleplay. So the form is a set of questions that guide you through everything you need to create your character. So things like biodata, appearance, your face claim, your history, these are generally required for all of the roleplays. But then we have unique requirements for RP, for different kinds of RP rather. So for Camp Caduceus, we have camp designations, your half-blood lineage, your pantheon, and your abilities. So when we were doing this, the only thing I was sure about when it came to the character creation was I wanted a son of Karen. So my Percy Jackson High teenage self created her first ever OC without realizing it back then. And now, because of Camp Caduceus, I was able to bring him to life. So, a childhood of Greek mythology, 10 Riordan books after, and 2 decades worth of anime produced this. Charan! He's called Cinder Madri, son of Karen. So he's my particular OC for Camp Caduceus. I designed him as a partially deaf and dyslexic young musician rowing through life. He's a 27-year-old son of Karen with superhuman strength and the unique ability to declare anything as his seafaring vessel, including his refrigerator. So he doesn't want to be bothered. He would love to be left alone. And over the course of the roleplay, he learns there's more to life than just, doing what he wants to do. Sometimes you have to choose, because if you don't, somebody else will do it for you, whether you like it or not. So when it comes to creating characters, there is no strict format to fleshing out your characters. You can literally just fill up the CCF, like fill in these details and you're good to go. Or you can start like making drawings, making memes out of them, go ahead. Or you can also completely jump into the abyss and create 17-page character profiles with verified sources. So it's all up to you. And that's the beauty of, roleplay. You can play God, or you can have fun with your characters and watch them grow out of your control, which is essentially how gods probably feel when they watch us. But anyway, so once your character is approved and the RP has formally begun, you can start interacting with other characters. So here I'll be talking about 2 interaction formats: the role-playing on the main page of the RP, which is here, Camp Caduceus, and role-playing on the character page. The basics are the same for both. You start with a post and comment that marks the start of your thread, and then you progress with replies. So in this case, Camp Open is the free roam, and we start here. You can see different thread starters, and for my case, although you could enter another character's thread, I decided to create mine. So I put my character in the middle of the river on a raft, and then he tries to ignore, or rather skip, his demigod training to create rafts and then float in the camp's river because he wanted to be left alone. But then he falls into the water and his fellow campers decide to say hi. So the thread continues as a narrative back and forth among participants of the thread, and players have the choice to continue in pages. You can see here, role players communicate using OOC. So these are texts inside parentheses. And you can coordinate whether or not you want to finish your thread here, or you can do headcanons. Following, as I said, the same principle. So this is for character to character. So you create your this is your main prompt or your main post, then you tag who you want to RP with. In this case, the character is called Kalika. She's the daughter of Echidna. And then after she comments, the thread between her and Cinder begins. And then we continue to interact and react to each other's characters until we reach until we find the satisfying conclusion to the interaction. So it really depends on how you want to play it out. You can end it there, or you could just continue on to a headcanon, which I really love doing. But anyway, so the next part is for role players who want to take their role play experience, their RP experience to the next level. And by that, I mean creating role plays. So like being a god of gods, create your own role play, create your own world, your sets of rules, whatever. Do what you need to do with the team. So in order to do this, there's a lot of work that goes behind RPs. It's not as easy as just like, we want to have a plot and then we're going to go ahead and do it. So we created a checklist that moderators use to plan out their role plays. So it's divided into different workloads. First is the heavy workload, the medium, light, and trivial. Note that some of these aren't required, but if you want to go all in, then the list will definitely help you. So the heavy workload comprises of about 3 weeks worth of work. So you take about 3 weeks to do this, or even earlier, then good for you. So the most important parts here include the lore primer and the system primer, which I wouldn't be going much into detail, but the lore is the main story and the system is the structure, like in all systems and games, like the structure that supports the lore. So, and trailers weren't always a thing, but back then, but sometime in 2016, they did. And then the production value is up by tenfold now. And I'll be showing you examples later because it just really, tells you how much you can do when it's for something that you really love. So in the past years, we've done at least this much. There's probably more, but I couldn't stick it here. So in my next 3 slides, I'll be showing you a teaser, a trailer, and an original song. So the next one I'll be showing you is a teaser from a roleplay called Heartbreak Rakumen. So we'll be watching this one. So it features, Heartbreak Rakumen features characters from different universes and past roleplays. So these are, the characters here are characters on the brink of death who possess the desire to change their fate and are brought to the realm of Rakumen where they play a game that will grant them a wish to change their destiny. So let's watch.
Just to let you know, there is no audio.
Do you hear it? Hello?
No, the audio is not working.
Okay. Can I let me just escape for a bit and then reshare? I think I need to share my audio settings. Let me just do it
you
real
need
quick.
to share audio in Zoom.
Okay. Let's do it. Take 2. Okay, I think this should do the trick. Do you hear it now?
Yes.
There.
Official participating member of the art project. You will be embarking on a journey through several planets.
Is a passion. Have you forgotten what it feels like?
On the proper ways of the Sonic. Every child.
By lush forests and flowing rivers, this hip camp by the Carpathian.
Okay, so that was a teaser from the RP called Heartbreak Rakumen. Next one I'll be showing you is a trailer from a fantasy western RP called Heirs of Verulan. So it's actually around like 4 minutes long, so I cut it in half. It's a fantasy RP where you play a character exiled from their homeland to the harsh lands of a world called Exodus. So this is kind of an open world sandbox where you, along with other characters, build the town of Verulan amidst all of the danger and the dreams that threaten your safe haven.
What did you make last night?
You mean the dreams? Or the dragon?
The past is a tricky mistress. You can run from your troubles, but you can't escape karma.
Okay, so when that one came out, I was like, it felt like I thought it was a movie, but then it was around like 4 minutes long. But they didn't stop there. This specific team, Heirs of Virulin, the head mod behind this was also the same one behind one of the main ones behind Brasiravella, and this team like took it like another step higher. They created the song for their RP. So Heirs of Villain also featured their original soundtrack for the RP. So the next one I'll be showing you, I'll cut it around just the first chorus. And this is a song called the Glory of Dragonbane. It's an in-canon folk song from one of the kingdoms inside the RP. And it's around like 2 minutes long, but I think cutting it to the first chorus would be just around a minute. It's easy to sing along to. Let me here.
Over the hills of Westmarch and under the blue cliff wall, inside the gates of Gantrick and out in the shining hall, there is a name of legend, to him more praises sing, the dragonbane Friedrich Cadman, as heralded by our king. Under the heights of Kaiden and Pendelberg's valley town, our kingdom was plagued by dragons, still Friedrich brought them down. He put out the fields of welcome and primed those marshy fen, and all thanks to him the dragons were never seen again. I say ho hey, what do we say? Hail to Friedrich Cadman, ho hey, he's the long night, the glorious dragonbane. Ho hey, what do we say? Hail to Friedrich Cadman, ho hey, he's who we thank for the dragons he has slain.
There. Okay. Oops. Let me continue presenting. Alright. So that specific RP had like 6 more songs. So these songs feature different parts of the RP's world, and it really again shows how much people are so dedicated in doing these kinds of things. Like the amount of craft and hard work that comes into making these, I can't even imagine. So next is the medium workload. So this includes character creation related documents like the form and the face claim list. So the character creation form is where players submit their characters, and it's up for the moderator's approval. So the face claim list is where you can also see all of the submitted. So this is a sample of the face claim list. This is where you could see all of the submitted characters and their approval status. So secondary use of the sheet includes for players to also avoid using the same face claims as other characters in the same RP. Meanwhile, the preliminary lore document, this is a short sneak peek that's released before they open the group, before groups are open for role players to try, because this is a sneak peek of what the lore is about, so it can help players to gauge whether or not the roleplays lore is for them. We also have the light workload. So this includes the primers and the schedules. And then we have the trivial workload, which includes the Facebook page and group creation. So as I've said, we've had at least 20 RPs in the past 9 years, including Toushin and Lacie's box. So let's kind of just go through some of them. So we've already descended to a wonderland where magic is alive in an RP called Through the Pages. We also went to space. Humanity takes its sight to what lies beyond the sky in Arc 354. And then we've also fought to protect the land of the rising sun in Bisha Mountain. Then we've also embarked on a journey in Reach for the Stars in Symphony of Stars. We also kept the dangers posed by dark secrets at bay in Tomodachi Falls. We've also delved into a forgotten chapter of Yamato in Demon Capital. And last but not the least, we've definitely stood with humanity for the sake of the world in Fate New Genesis. So these are all, this is Heirs of Virulin. These are our most recent roleplays, and we currently have an ongoing one called, it's an Uma Musume inspired RP called Sanguine Stakes. And later on this year, we'll be having a sequel to Demon Capital called Demon Capital 2 Cursed Fates. So over the years, we've kind of like created all sorts of things, and it all just started because we wanted to do something with our time. Like back then in Toujin and Toushin, there was a lot of activities that we could do, but I guess because it came with, liking anime, liking webtoons and stuff, like creating your own thing was just like something that we were naturally drawn to. So eventually the roleplay community that we started in Toushin evolved into what it is now. We created our own community, and like, you know, like it's just really fun being able to share all of these characters with other people. So I hope that you also learned a lot from this one. So that's how roleplay works. Are you ready to jump into different pocket dimensions of fiction and brainrot? That is all. Thank you. And special thanks to my friend Alistea for creating my model. That's all.
All right. Thank you so much for that talk. I will now be going to Slido to check if there are any questions.
Oh,
By the
no.
way, I will be resending the Slido link on Twitch to those who are in the Twitch chat right now.
All right, we'll be monitoring our Slido for any questions. You may also use chat, and then we'll read them along. There were quite a number of questions and not enough time for the previous talk, so apologies. But Chair has answered the questions, and we'll broadcast them in some form later on. Here in the Zoom room, you should be able to see the answers from the previous talk. But yeah, so let's talk about that talk a little bit while we wait for the incoming questions. I can definitely tell there are people who live the Toujin or Toushin RP experience in chat right now. I definitely want to see what they think and what they want to ask. But yeah, it's nice to see someone who is especially around during the Toujin era of
Yeah, I'm quite old now.
the old days.
Yes.
Unfortunately, this is going to be a little bit of a bad news, but also a little bit of a proposal, because I think you mentioned that like RP kind of stopped at around 2019
Yeah,
for Toushin.
I think so. I think so. I'm not sure. Did it? Was there? Or you guys don't have anything anymore?
Not really. When I joined Toushin in 2019, there was no mention of any RP at all.
Oh,
it's just
no.
sad. And so here's my proposal. Toushin staff, I'm putting you guys on the I'm putting you guys on the chopping block right now. RP maybe for Toushin 2020.
Definitely try it. Definitely try it. Like
staff, onegaishimasu.
like a lot of like the Toushin senpais, the communities there, and the people I've actually been hanging out with ever since, even through the pandemic, especially through the pandemic. Pandemic was like a tough time for a lot of people, and then the people we met in Toushin. So as I said, we started in Toushin and Toujin. So most of the people in our RP group are also from there. So they also RP'd around like 2017, and then until now they're still doing it. So we were able to like create a community of like beyond, I guess, the RP. And I think for Toushin, that's something you can definitely bond about. Like Toushin people are innately creative, so there's a lot of potential you guys could do. Definitely fun activities. Maybe it used to be an official HR event, like RP.
Right.
So maybe
staff. But yeah. All right. I think we should also get on to the questions. We have one from Slido.
Have two. Yeah.
Are there?
Now we have two.
Oh, we have a couple. Yeah, we have a couple right
two
now.
now. Okay.
Let
me read the first one. Okay, this is a very simple question. How do we join Lacie's box? Someone asked on this line.
Oh, you can check this out. You can check the link out. So there's a form. There's a form that you can use. There's a form when you look through this, the about section should have like a link that links you to a form, and then the form will lead you to the group. It's just very simple. You just fill it up and then we accept.
Thank you so much. Oh, there's another one. Okay, another 3. So second question. What if you're not literary inclined? Is there a requirement in writing skills? Would that be in the Google form? Okay.
That's actually a good question. So far the limitations we had are just on the language. If you could speak Filipino or English, then we're fine with most of the role plays are actually done in English. So if you'd be comfortable and be okay with writing with us, you can definitely get started. Like most of us started with just like a few sentences and all. And I think a lot of us, or maybe some of us, actually pursued more creative writing thanks to RPing. So there are people who started with zero knowledge about how to do like RPs at all, because it is kind of hard to describe how characters move or how characters feel in text. But then you eventually learn. You learn from the community. You learn like from watching all sorts of things, and then yeah. So TLDR, there is no base requirement as long as you're able to speak English and speak English or Filipino.
Yeah.
That for when you said you as long as you speak English and Filipino, that made me curious, and now I have like a sub question.
Ask away.
related to that. Yes, I'm sorry.
Go ahead,
I'm really
go ahead.
interested in this topic. Because you said that English and Filipino, as long as the person knows English and Filipino, they can join. Does that mean that there are like events or like RPs where it's like you can speak Filipino because of like the theme or something?
Yes, actually, the only requirement we have to also be, reader friendly is you can put translations, like Filipino then translations. We actually have a lot of characters speaking Filipino, and they just put translations at the bottom of it. And just recently, we actually had an RP based in the Philippines. I think they based it in Batangas. It was a horror RP set in Batangas. So most of us were speaking Filipino, and to also help those who weren't that familiar with speaking Filipino, we had translations.
Okay, there are two more. Okay, one of them is not really a question, but like,
yeah.
okay, I'll
Who do
ask
you
the
wanna
first
start
one, which
with?
isn't a serious question either, but okay.
Sure.
Is Cinder single asking for a friend?
Oh my god, who is that? Who is that?
It says anonymous. I don't know who it is.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah, we have these are all anonymous right now.
Yeah.
that is funny. That is funny. But no, he's not single.
Oh.
He's married to a man twice his age.
Okay.
All right.
Sorry
Well,
to
you heard it here first.
anonymous. Your dreams have been crushed. Okay. Second, the
Sorry,
last
chat.
question on the slide though, but this will probably, I don't know if this will add to more,
Yeah.
but like it's not a question.
This
pala.
is not serious at all.
This isn't a question, but I really like your VTuber design. I really
Oh,
like
no, it
it.
is serious. It
It's
is
so
serious, but it's not a
cool.
question. Yeah.
This is check out Alistea. Alistea makes amazing models. Would you believe she made this like in one night? Because okay, for just a bit of context, I know we're getting out of topic, but it's still kind of related to FanFab. So when I was I was invited to like kind of like refer to speak in FanFab. I was like, I would want a VTuber model because I've always wanted to, start a VTuber agency. So might as well like, take this opportunity. And then I told her. And then she took just one night finishing all of the details, including I can't show everything, but even my clothes, they have marks. And then my bangs, they bounce. And there's a lot of detail. There's a lot of
Oh, that's
detail.
really
So like
cool.
yeah, check out Alistea.
Okay. Oh, there's a new
Yeah.
question. Oh, there are two new questions.
There are a bunch of new questions.
Yes,
All right.
okay.
Hello.
The next one okay, wait, hang on. Okay. How
I
does
can-
one deal with rowdy players either as a mod or a player? Do you guys have people there who can handle that?
Rowdy? Did you say Rowdy?
Rowdy players. Like
Yeah, basically, what are the
um,
specifics of like dealing with
yes.
rowdy players or like players who are just like maybe not acting in their best behavior, either as a
Yeah.
mod or as a player? Like, how do you deal with them?
Well, over time, we have become massive civilization. So we've had our own set of rules. So we have an HR department. It's a requirement for all RPs to have an HR department. And at least for our community, so there's a moderators, right? But then above each moderators, the one managing the community, we have admins. So we have a specific HR department. And then we work together with moderators to, reinforce our rules. So usually we try to do things in like a very civil manner. It's usually just done through either talking to them through Facebook or like calling with them. Depends on what they're comfortable with. But there's a set of rules to keep everyone safe in the community.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. Next question in the Slido is, what if you get drained with role playing suddenly? How can we get back on track or know you had enough or need to stop role playing?
I think this is actually a very valid and relevant question. I've asked myself this same thing over and over again. Because especially now, I think eventually when you guys go to the adult world, the real world, whatever they call it now, you'd realize a lot of your time could be spent elsewhere. Like you may be doing your career, and then eventually you find yourself just trying to make time for RP, but end up with no time at all. And all of that pressure is going to make you not want to RP. But what I say when people ask me this is the same thing I will tell you about your passion. You don't always have to love what you love doing. It's not always about being on the high. It's okay to take rest. Take a rest, and I'm pretty sure there is no one formula to address being drained about your passion or a writer's block. But it definitely helps to know that you can rest. You can also talk to people about it and do small exercises maybe. Try to figure out what's making this very draining for you. Is it because you're taking the plot in the RP too seriously? Is it because you're taking certain aspects as what they should be? So I know this sounds like a very a long answer, but my only advice really is to take your time. Be able to take your time and be kinder to yourself. You're not going to always function 100% in everything you do, but know that you can come back. Writing is something you can come back to. Writing isn't something that disappears. Role-playing isn't something that disappears just because you're tired for a year. So just take your time and be kinder to yourself, and you'll get back on track.
Thank you so much for that. Okay. I personally appreciated that answer because as I'm not an RPer anymore, but I write a lot. And I haven't written anything properly in months. So, and I think that I'm running behind on that, but yeah, that's very comforting to hear. There are no current questions in the slide though, but I'd like to ask another question.
Yeah.
I'll also ask after. Okay.
Okay. It's very specific and it's kind of related to the rowdy players question. But okay, what do you do about players in the shipping section of your RP base when they either cause dispute for out of character personal reasons, for example someone's dating someone else, or there's a dramatic love triangle thing going on, and there's internal drama going on in the middle of an RP event. How do you handle that?
Oh my gosh, that sounds like my history when I was in second year
in
college. That happened I think around 2015. I had a case like that, but back then I was just an RPer, so it's kind of difficult. But I think the first thing that we have to kind of remember is there is such a thing called the fourth wall. And the fourth wall is something that you should be able to respect. And here's the thing. When you go into an RP, at least especially now, we do have a set of we do have some assessments or question that we ask. How mentally prepared are you to actually join an RP? Or Lacie's box actually had this entire session trying to figure out how to detach writers or role players from their characters, because I think we all kind of feel this whenever we create something, we put something something about ourselves in them. Maybe it could be a name, it could be a personality, it could be an experience, but in some sense we put something of us in the things that we create. And when we see that when we see the world interact with it in a way that we don't really imagine it, it's kind of hard to accept. But then the first thing is when it comes to personal relationships, you need to be able to learn how to trust the people around you. Trust who you have, for example, if it's between friends or you have a relationship with someone. Let's use a specific situation. Let's say you're in a relationship with someone and then your boyfriend has a ship with someone else. It's kind of for me, if he is writing a ship with someone else, does it mean he loves me any less? Does it mean our bond as lovers or best friends changed because he's writing with someone else? What we did back then was we had a at least for me, I had a session with the person I was having a hard time with. We had to communicate our own boundaries. And I know it's kind of difficult to, start talking about boundaries, but over time you realize that's really just all it's going to be about. It's learning where to set your limits as a writer and as a person. And once you're able to kind of like put a division on you as a role player and you as a friend and you as a this and that, you'll be able to kind of slowly integrate, or rather slowly let go of some of the the things, that the feelings that you're usually associating with your character or relationships. But of course, it's easier said than done. So a huge part of it again is communication.
Thank you so much. I think we have one last question from our co-host.
Yeah. Okay. So my other the other thing that I wanted to ask was that because you mentioned earlier about how like our RP like this has always been done like Facebook groups and stuff like that.
Yes.
So
Yes.
the thing I wanted to ask was, what do you think about possibly holding these kinds of RPs and something that supports more features like text styling, such as Discord, for example? Especially now that, for example, like Toushin has its own Discord server now. Perhaps some RP can also take place on Discord, especially with switching for each server you can switch your profile picture and your name there, so you could style it in the style of your character, perhaps.
Yeah. So we've actually had a Discord RP before. So I think it went pretty well, but it wasn't for everyone. So going back to Facebook is more of like a sense of, I think, comfort. Like people are so used to it, rather than trying to move into Discord or like moving into a different platform. Most of us are much more comfortable with Facebook. So for such a long time now, we've stuck there. But it doesn't mean we're not open. Actually, this has been an ongoing project. There hasn't been a lot of progress so far, but hopefully, since we're having this, our 5th year is this year, hopefully we'll be able to pursue it. We actually wanted to create a website, like a website that will help us, like that will be our main RP place. So we were willing to fund that. So maybe if you guys know anyone, kidding. But yes, going to Discord RP is definitely something open for us. We actually are doing a hybrid now. So besides Facebook groups, we also use Discord to communicate, because I think it's easier to do calls and manage like files and stuff through Discord. So yeah, it's definitely something we're open to.
Oh, we have another question in the slide though. Oh, two more. Okay.
All right.
Okay. First one is, did you ever have to like suspend or ban someone from the group because of like bad or disruptive behavior? If so, how did you deal with it, and what happens in the gap left behind? Yeah, that, or to expound on that, like what was the biggest like reason why you had to like ban someone? And was it during like a crucial part in the RP event?
You are asking very spicy questions. Okay, so I think I wouldn't go too much in detail, but yes, we have banned certain players in the middle of an RP for different reasons. So some are a bit more personal that I wouldn't really disclose here, but I guess a more general thing that's a bit related to RP is like there are certain behaviors that kind of like cross the line. So like not maybe harassing is the word. I try to not use it, but maybe that's the word I can use now. So trying to kind of like harass like an RPer because they want a certain outcome for the characters. So instead of letting the canon decide, it's like trying to get answers from the RPer themselves. So there's a different varieties and degrees of this similar case, but so far we have only just been able to do like, I think in 9 years, around like only 2 or 3 bans, including Toshins. So just only 3.
Oh, that's okay. That's not bad. Okay, good job.
people I think people value the space more than I more than we think, more than I think. So I think we do have a screening process before, at least for our community, we do have a screening process before we let them into the group. And for a time, there's a probation period. So like within, let's say, the first few months of you joining, we'll be keeping an eye on you. And if you're in good, then you're fine. If you're not in good behavior, we let the mod teams know ahead of time that this is someone you have to watch out for. So we are very careful because, as I've said, the community has grown, and a lot of the things that are done in RP get kind of like personal, not like personal in the sense of like getting too privy into your confidential whatever's, but more of like sentimental, I guess. So it's a lot of emotional connections inside the RP. So we're really careful about things like this.
Okay, on to our last question because we're nearing the time, like the end of the timestamp.
Yes.
Aside from joining the group, how do you really like join in and become one with the community?
Discord. Well, we have Discord groups. We've been hosting. What do you mean? What do you mean by one with the group? Like, how do you feel like you're a part of the community?
Yes, like you're really like integrated into like the community and the people you're RPing with.
Well, besides joining the group and writing together, well, a huge part of the interactions are in text. So that happens in interactions in RP. So besides that, we also have like calls. We do Discord calls. If you're fine with revealing who you are, we do have Discord calls. We also host community nights. So we have like a server where we can watch movies together. We also play games. We also celebrate we also have parties. We also have meetups. So a lot that's happened in the RP community has evolved into becoming like a real life support group. So that's something that I usually want to like promote also to orgs. I think in Toushin that was a lot of our activities included like movie watching and like going out and eating together. So that's also what we do in our community.
Okay, I think that's the last question. If there are any additional questions, you guys can send it in the given Google form. I think it's in Twitch, but if not, someone can send the Google Docs in Twitch. But like, thank you so much for taking the time to be a speaker for this event. We really learned a lot from your presentation. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun.
Thank you for having me.
All right. So that was Lacie's box. So what we're gonna do now is we are going to have a short like 1 to 2 minute break, and we're just going to prep some things for our next talk. So we'll see you in a bit. But before that, of course, don't forget to check out our evals. Let us know what you think of the talk so far, of FanFeb, the whole thing. Let us know what you think, and this is also the way for you to get your certificates of attendance. All right, and we'd also like to thank our media partners for Fandom February 2023, which include arcademac.com, the Macian Nihon Kyokai, the Reimaru Files, Mokoa Animation, Otaku Play PH, and Red Cloud Interactive. Thank you so much for being our media partners, for helping us out here with Fandom February 2023. We'll be back shortly. Stick around. don't think we have enough time to actually do a break, so I think we'll just run it through ASAP. All right. So, yeah, we'll run it through because this is our talk from 8 to 9. This is the last talk of the night, the last talk of week 4, and the last talk of Fandom February 2023. All right. So, you may have noticed that my co-host has kind of disappeared a little bit, but that's because the co-host will be the one who will be doing this talk. So this talk is titled "Women in Shonen Anime and Its Roller Coaster Representation" by Andrea Erin Brigino, a student of Ateneo de Manila University. All right. So I'm gonna read out her bio and description. Andrea, or Andy, is a first-year AB literature student from Ateneo de Manila University, ADMU, and a member of the events deputy for Toushin. She is an occasional writer when writer's block is non-existent, once in a blue moon, but she also mostly plays video games either on her phone or her Nintendo Switch, currently procrastinating Bayonetta 2 for almost a year now, based, or is rewatching Jujutsu Kaisen for the 7th time. You'd be like that. She's been relatively active in the scene of shonen anime since Attack on Titan circa 2013, and frequently watches live broadcasts of most of her favorite anime ever since. This talk, being the final talk of Fandom February, this seems to be less on the discourse or even technical side, and aims to give more of a casual approach to shonen anime's rocky patterns with their female characters. Not to antagonize certain shows or deem them unwatchable per se, but to just discuss what some anime do right and what they get wrong. This aims to be less of a lecture or a sermon and more of a second-year college student giving an elevated brain rot she put too much thought into in the middle of the night, because great content is not without its flaws, and that's okay. So, presenting the final talk of Fandom February 2023, Andrea or Andy, take it away.
Hi, yes, I'm not only your co-host for this final week of FanFeb, I'm also a speaker. Yes. So I will be sharing my screen now. Portion of the screen, share. Hang on. There you go. Okay. So my topic will be about the women in shonen and its roller coaster representation. I chose this topic because I'm personally very passionate about this. Being as I grew up with shonen anime, I've stuck around in the shonen anime fan base for 10 years now. I am not a professional though, unlike the rest of the wonderful, amazing speakers. I am just a fan and a student and a member of the Toushin organization. So everything, I'll be giving more of a casual approach. That being said, I did do my research on this subject, but if I get anything wrong, please let me know, and I will check the Slido or the Twitch chat for that, and I'm happy to make a discussion about that. Again, as a disclaimer, this is not to antagonize any of the shows that I mentioned. Most of the shows that I mentioned are actually some of my favorite shows, and I grew up with a lot of these shows. So everything I say comes out of a place of love, as a fan of the show who just wants them to be the best that they could possibly be. Now let's start. First, we have to establish what shonen even really is. Now, there's a lot of meanings for this, because there's also just what shonen is as a concept and what shonen jump is, because those are two different things. But if we were to talk about it first on a more technical sense, according to Oxford Dictionary, shonen is a genre of Japanese comics and animated films aimed primarily at a young male audience. Now, this is an important part of our talk because this will come back later. It is typically characterized by action-filled plots, not to be confused with shoujo anime, which I will not be talking about, but probably has its own can of worms. It is the primary focus of shoujo anime kasi is usually slice of life and relationship content, whereas shonen is more action-packed. More specifically, battle shonen is very, very action-packed. It is important to take note that it is not solely supernatural or action-filled, because there's also a lot of sports anime. A lot of sports anime in the shonen category are Slam Dunk, Daio no Ace, Kuroko no Basuke, Haikyuu, Blue Lock, and so many more. And a lot of these comic series or manga series do end up on Shonen Jump, which is a very popular shonen manga distribution company. So the earliest of shonen anime include, probably the earliest is Astro Boy, which is considered, that's debatable, but more or less that's one of the earliest shonen anime adaptations. There's also Dragon Ball Z, the first Hunter x Hunter, not the 2011 Hunter x Hunter. It's the 1999 Hunter x Hunter, One Piece, Naruto, and Bleach. And continue to have the most like widely known and consumed anime to this day. Notable ones, you probably know Attack on Titan, My Hero Academia, Demon Slayer, Fairy Tail, and Jujutsu Kaisen, just to name a few. So what is the current state of women in shonen anime? Because this is what we're talking about. And the answer is that it's not that good. Now, hear me out. I know that the technical definition of shonen anime is that it is supposed to be targeted to a male audience, but that is not what the case. That's not the case anymore. Not just me, but like a lot of women and like people who don't identify as men now consume shonen anime because it's gotten more mainstream and globally recognized. And with that, there are a lot of holes that people point out nowadays about how they do portray women. Most of these are from who identify as women and who are women in the target demographic. So I am going to be dividing this into 3 parts. First part being the utility girls or the token women era. The second being women we love to hate or the exploitable woman. And the third era being where are they now? So there's an extra, as you can see, there is an extra era there, which is sports anime, but I will only be tackling that if I have enough time. Because, oh my God, the women we love to hate stage is very long. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to discuss everything in one go. So now let's start with the first era. Note to this era, I won't be saying much because it's just sort of just an establishing era of how it used to be, how they used to represent women. So the first era is 1 token woman per anime. And if you like any of the anime here, I'm so sorry. I personally have not watched any of the anime in this section except for Dragon Ball Z and the 1999 Hunter x Hunter. So if I get anything's wrong, please tell me in the Twitch chat box. But I did do my research, I promise. Okay. So although manga and anime in general were like existed way before the 1950s and the 1960s, Astro Boy is counted to be one of the most significant in shonen anime back in 1952. Other notable anime in the 20th century include Devilman and Speed Racer. So while the token female character is a trope that continues to be prevalent in modern anime, I will be mentioning those modern anime later. Let's say in this era, we would be lucky if there was more than 1 woman in the recurring cast, and them being written in a proper way. It's too much. You're asking for too much, basically. Women in this era have mostly been reduced to mothers, sisters, girlfriends, doctors, teachers, or like other utility characters to support the main male character. Again, just to reiterate, this was an era where it was mostly still men, mostly like teenage boys and like young adult men, Japanese men for that matter, consuming, although there's a lot of more, it's gone worldwide to this point as well, but it was mostly men at this stage. Women in this area have, I'll state some examples. There's Kaoru Kamiya in Rurouni Kenshin. I have heard of this. I have never finished it, but so I'm not sure if this is accurate, but she's an example of a very capable fighter, but is more fixed. I feel like according to my research, towards the end, it felt like she was deduced to a love interest, which is definitely not a bad thing. Not a bad thing that she's a love interest of the main character, but if that becomes like their only significant presence, that's more debatable. There's also Bulma from Dragon Ball Z. I do remember this one. She's not like a useless character per se, because she's very much not useless. She does participate in the like very tough parts of like certain like arcs, but she's definitely she isn't able to get like her hands dirty. She's very like she's for technical support, and yeah, she's a supporting character, and that's not like a bad thing. Like being like a technical part of the team, like doing the tech stuff and like the science stuff is definitely not a bad thing. But like I think she's the only like one of the only prominent main women of the cast, and like it does suck that she isn't able to like get her hands dirty in like physical fights. Granted that that's not her specialty, but still. And okay, the 1999 version of Hunter x Hunter. I will not be counting the 2011 one because that's technically in second gen. But there's the Phantom Troop girls, who Shizuku Murasaki, Machiko Machine, and Pakunoda. I love these characters, but they aren't given as much like time. In fact, I remember they actually have like very low ranks in their strength compared to like the main members of the Phantom Troop, Chrollo, Illumi, etc. So, and they're really cool. They seem really cool, and like I just believe that there'd be a lot more potential for them. So, despite this, despite their significance being very like watered down, I don't think it's the most disrespectful or exploitative that anime has ever been when it comes to shonen women. It is like they do have. When they do have screen time, it's like it's good. It's not too bad. And like a lot of these characters are still like well beloved until now, especially the girls from the Phantom Troop. And so there is some emotional value to their screen time. But for the most part, if it's like especially if it's a battle anime, they aren't able to show their strengths, and they're not able to be as significantly plot relevant as the men in this era. And again, that is quite understandable since it is not an era where like anime has really grown past its target demographic yet. Okay. Second part. I have a lot to say about this because this is the era of anime where I grew up. So this era is in the early 2000s and 2010s. I am including One Piece here, even though like technically that the anime started airing in 1999 and the manga started way before that. I'm including it here because it's part of the Big Three, and the Big Three deserves its own separate era. Okay, so if I were to describe the era of shonen anime in this era into two proper terms, it would be 1, Sakura Haruno, and 2, Fairy Tail. Okay, so what separates this anime from its predecessors is that there was not solely one female character in the male cast. I will give them that. There's usually now like 2 or 3. Sometimes it's even more than the male characters, which is like, that's insane to me. We've gotten so far. So there was like because of this, there was like a large global surge, mostly a Western surge, honestly, in the popularity of anime worldwide. And this is largely credited to the Big Three: Naruto, One Piece, and Bleach. Since One Piece is part of this Big Three, I will be including it in this section, even though it technically released before the early 2000s. So I will be focusing on 3 prominent female leads in this Big Three: Sakura Hayuno, Nami, and Orihime Inoue. I will not be focusing on Nami and Orihime too much, but I will be saying my own 2 cents about them as well. So while I am also going to talk about Nami and Orihime respectively, I see Sakura as the face of this era of female characters, mainly because not only did the fans of the series at the time did not know how to treat her, the writers didn't either, and they don't still. Boruto is a whole other kind of worms. I don't want to talk about it. Let's just stick to Naruto and Naruto Shippuden. Okay, so despite being the part of the main trio in this series. I feel like, well, it's not just that I feel like, it's an objective fact that she was like treated very differently from her male counterparts, in a sense that I feel like her progress has been very slow compared to Naruto and Sasuke. Like I feel like at the point where Naruto and Sasuke have already been like super scary powerful, and like they're crushing so many of their enemies left and right, I feel like Sakura is like still struggling with her identity, and that is not a bad story trait. Like that is not a bad character trait. I mean, it's like, yes, people have like slow development, but because there's a significance in it, because she's the only woman in the trio and of the main cast for that matter, if you include Kakashi and stuff. It feels like she's very like a support compared to her male counterparts, especially Sasuke. Yeah, and a lot of like people like her, their fans, the fans of the show, are either like they either see her as a waifu, or like like women who watched Naruto either didn't like her or used her as like a ship, like a self-insert in a way. And a lot of people mischaracterized her because like she was a girl who was acting like a girl in front of all these badass boys. Like she had crushes. She had to be the damsel in distress at some points. And like, again, it's not just the fan base that like treats her like this. There's also the writers who did not flesh her character as well as I'd hoped. It felt as if they didn't want to make her like too powerful, because if they make a woman too powerful in a shonen anime, that might feel like a political statement, like as if like feminism, like treating women equally is like a political statement. That's a whole thing. She was very public enemy number one until actually very, very, very recently. And even then in Boruto, she's had like moments of empowerment, but like it feels too late in a sense, you know? She's watered down against Hinata even, and Hinata is a supporting character. She's not even really in the main recurring cast, at least not in the early stages, in the peak stages, I mean. As for Nami and Orihime, on the other hand, they follow the original steps of the first era, but like slightly better. I will say that. It's like, it's actually better for the 50 years, or like this 20 years that's passed. For Nami, she's been part of the original main cast from the start. And I really like Nami. She's cool, and she's like, I love her personality a lot. But like, especially in the earlier seasons, now it's gotten much better. But in the earlier seasons, she was kept into like a box of being a navigator and not allowed to like get like fight like in physical combat and like the major like big and bloody parts, because she was a woman. And they did get better at this, I will say that. But for this era of anime, but I'm glad that they did get better. Orihime from Bleach, I do not have much to say about, because she is very capable. She has like a significant presence. She has like she's a powerful character. But I feel like towards the end, a lot of people only remember her as Ichigo's like later wife and then mother of his child. And she was also quite sexualized because they made her boobs kind of, yeah. Speaking of sexualization, something that was always evident, it was always there in the treatment of female characters, but I think this was its peak. And the specific case study I have to this is Fairy Tail. And a disclaimer, I followed Fairy Tail when it was at its peak. It was my kind of childhood. Like I watched a lot of it growing up. So this is out of a place of love again. So Fairy Tail has an abundance of female characters. Like they have a lot. And contrary to the previous anime I just mentioned, I think they have a lot more like female characters in their main cast than men, right? Not so great. Yeah, more. And that shocked me a lot when I watched it, because I was like, wow, there's a lot of women in this anime. That's cool. And like, yeah, I do still enjoy this. Like I still like a lot of elements in this anime, I guess. And I sometimes I do check recent manga updates to see how the characters I still like are doing. So again, I don't think love and nostalgia for a piece of media should stop us from acknowledging its problems. And since I've grown up and I've consumed a lot more media, I should be able to point these out. So yeah. So Fairy Tail's women, despite their great, empowering, amazing, spectacular, show-stopping fights, for some reason cannot proceed without some kind of emphasis on their boobs and how big the boobs are and how big the butt is. And I'm so sorry for pointing that out. Like, yes, the men in the show are also half naked a lot of the time. Like, that's true. But there's not much of a perverted emphasis on their half-naked body, like with Lucy and Juvia especially. Oh my God, God bless Lucy, God bless Juvia. Those two have gone through it. I'm so sorry. I still love those girls, but my God. So I'm not sure if I'm explaining this correctly, but there's a lot of scenes where a male counterpart of a female character catches them either in like a revealing outfit or with their clothes ripped off somehow, and they're usually screaming flustered about it. And beyond this is greeted with a close-up of either her butt, her legs, or her boobs, and them usually looking embarrassed and timid about it as well. So I'm aware that this is not the only anime that over-sexualizes. There's a lot, especially outside like the shonen universe and like after this era as well. But Fairy Tail was what came into my mind first because it was especially with the fact that there were so many women in the show that like most of them, a lot of them are not safe from this kind of treatment. And it just hurts my heart because I do love a lot of the women in I did love a lot of the women in Fairy Tail, but they were put in such a compromising position for the sake of fan service. And also because it's one of the anime I grew up with that I really could not watch with other people. Like even more so than the gory anime. I can watch Attack on Titan in front of my parents, but I can't watch this in front of my parents, you know? Oh, this was a trip. Okay, now on to the third era, which is where are we now? And the answer is we're kind of getting there, just a bit. It's safe to say that for the most part, they've learned their lesson. Some of them have. Our current shonen lineup includes that of Demon Slayer, My Hero Academia, Black Clover, Chainsaw Man, Dr. Stone, Jujutsu Kaisen, Attack on Titan, and many, many more. These anime were able to integrate more women into their main lineup, which I am very happy about. And most of these women were able to be integral to the story without having to connect to a man. Not only that, but a lot of them were able to fight and actually do challenging tasks that are physically demanded as the male characters. Good examples of this are Nezuko and Shinobu from Demon Slayer. They not only have good character designs, I love Shinobu's character design, that are actually good without that are actually like really good without having to like emphasize like a specific body part that would sexualize them, but also for the fact that they are quite powerful and they are skilled characters in their own right. So I'm not going to say much about Jujutsu Kaisen because I don't want to come off as biased. I have a Maki plushie right here and I have a Nobara shirt on. So it's very clear that I love Jujutsu Kaisen. So I'm not going to say too much on it because I might go on a tangent, but I do think they're on the better side of how female characters are written. Not the best. They still have flaws, but it's way better. I will admit it's way better than everything else I just mentioned in terms of how they treat their women. So Nobara and Maki especially are very prominent. And they're also my favorite characters. So I'll try not to be biased, but I love that they don't have to depend on men, and the series allows them to get like really beaten down and bloodied like the male characters in the show. Maki especially, if any of you have seen manga spoilers, you know that girl has gone through it. They're not only well written in the sense that they're given ample opportunities to share their skills, but their femininity is not seen as like something that makes their character worse or limits their character. In fact, it kind of strengthens it in its own special way. And they're allowed to have flaws, like not flaws that connect to their femininity, but like flaws, actual character flaws that make them more complex and more three-dimensional in a sense. They're pictured as human, albeit very, very traumatized, martial arts skilled women in battle. So Chainsaw Man is also similar to this. However, it is for very different reasons. It's one of shonen anime's newest additions, and there's a lot of complexity to the characters, and the women are definitely no exception to this. Yes, their femininity can be an emphasis on their character, but it is less used simply as their sole personality trait or just to please a man. Actually, the opposite. It's not to please men, and more of a way to establish power. And they're not all commendable. Honestly, most of them do make questionable decisions that leave many people divisive. Hi, Makima. But it's written in such a way that they have a significant presence in the series. So it isn't for who they are dating and what they are wearing. And there are just a lot of them, which I appreciate. And it's really cool. That being said, not all shonen anime have learned from the ways of the early 2000s to 2010s. And I'm looking at Fire Force and My Hero Academia specifically. I won't say much about Fire Force because it feels really blatant that it almost feels like a personal attack. God bless anyone here who likes Fire Force. I'm sure besides that component, it's probably a pretty good series. But my God, it just feels like it's on purpose. I don't know. That could just be me. So I'm going to focus more on BNHA just because it's more mainstream. And I, again, have a personal gripe with it because I'm a very big fan of the series. Again, coming from a place of love. Bullying with a place of love. No, I'm just kidding. It's not bullying. It's not bullying. So the thing with BNHA is that there are a lot of women. It's kind of like Fairy Tail, but not really, in a sense that there's a good chunk of women. Like I think there's about 5 or 6 female characters in the main class, which is class 1A. And there's a lot to love about them. They gave them like seemingly 3-dimensional personalities until they didn't. First of all, when whoever thought of Momo's costume design, I hope you had a bad lunch. That girl is 15. Second of all, whoever thought Mineta had to exist at all, I hope you run into a glass wall. Lovingly, I guess. I don't know. It's less grotesque than the generation that came before it, but there's a lot of perverted moments that was played off for comedic effects. But the main problem is that they sort of stopped serving a purpose after one character arc, and that was also, you guessed it, supported by a man. Uraraka is a very core example of this. She was set up to be a main character in the first season and was pushed so far aside that people forget how strong and capable season 1 set her out to be. Now she's, you guessed it, deduced to having feelings and supporting main character Deku. I still love her though. And it's because I love her that I'm so upset that they did this to her. So has shonen improved? The answer is yes, it has, but at a very, very, very slow pace. The target audience for shonen anime has breached way past its original demographic. And now it seems like everyone has watched anime at least once, even though they are not fans of anime themselves. Things are changing, and mangakas seem to be adjusting to that, albeit still repeating some of the same mistakes. But they are getting there, and we can only hope it gets better from here. So wait, what time is it? I still have about 10 minutes before the Q&A portion. So I have time to talk about the sports anime and their treatment of women. So as someone who grew up with sports anime the most, I've watched a lot of battle shonen, but my era for battle shonen was this era, like the pandemic era, and not when I was growing up. When I was growing up, I was mostly watching KNB, Haikyuu, Free, and many other sports anime. So that was mostly my turf in middle school. So I can confidently say that, my God, they're not moving in the same way that battle shonen is. And battle shonen is moving so slowly already. Okay. So what do I mean by this? I mean that a lot of the shonen, I didn't write a script for this, so I'm sorry if I'm going to go on tangent. What I mean by this is that there are a lot of sports anime women who are just deduced to like people who simp over the male characters. They're like spokesperson or a mouthpiece for the target female audience, which can I just add that most shonen anime consumers, albeit not all of them, of course, but most of them at this stage, which was the 2010s, late 2010 stage, most of them were women, in contrast to the predominantly male target audience of shonen men before. This was mostly women. So you'd think that they'd have more women because women are watching it. But no, female characters just can't win in any target demographic, I guess. But in sports anime, I feel like they have not evolved. I'm so sorry to say that. But like in the 10-year gap, for example, like 2010 to 2020, there's like a very small improvement to how they treat their women. Okay, I'll give Free as an example. And I'm not saying that they only mistreat women in Free. And I know Free to some extent is like satirical, or at least I think it is. I don't know if like it's satirical for everyone, but like they also sexualize men. So I'm not just like aiming on the women here. They also have a problem with how they portray the men. But like the female characters in Free, there was only one for the longest time. That's number one. There's only one. And she was only talking about the men. And she had in her family, it was about her brother. In her job, because she's the manager of the swim club. And in like her friends, all her friends are like dudes. And there was a female character as her friend, but they never even say what her name is. So there's that. And like her character trait is just like thirsting on the men, which like that's fine if that wasn't her only personality trait. I loved her though, but like yeah, there's a lot of like missteps on her character. And like I know they like added more female characters in the future, but like it took them like 10 years. That's kind of weird, but okay. As for KNB, I do like the female characters in KNB, most of them. I do appreciate them, especially Satsuki. But again, as shown here, and it's actually explicitly that she is not that explicitly, but like she explicitly has a crush on the main character, and they show a lot of that instead of her capability in the series. I do appreciate though that she is best friends with Almine, and there's not much of like a romance there. It's like a genuine male-female friendship, which thank God. I know people ship them, but like in canon, it's like I appreciate that they're mostly like friends, and that's cool. And okay, for Haikyuu, I love Haikyuu. I have a Haikyuu keychain over there, so I'm also saying this out of love. But I feel like a lot of fans like to empower the female characters of the show by like saying, "Oh, Haikyuu women are so cool," and like, "Oh my gosh, the Haikyuu women are amazing," and I agree. The thing is, the creator does not show it. Kyoko, and I know this is like mostly on purpose, but again, she is the subject of desire to many of the male characters. And I know she has her own arc, but it's very like it's very small compared to the abundance, the hundreds of male characters in this show. And I can say the same about Yachi. Like I feel like in the time skip especially, they were like very deduced. And I don't know, there's like a lot of potential with a lot of the women in this show, like Alisa, Miwa, Kanoka, the 6-foot-tall female volleyball player. Like she seemed really cool. And like I just wish that they give like more fun facts and like more focus to the women there, because they are good. Don't get me wrong. They're just very, very, very sidelined. And I don't think that is, and in fact, there's no mainstream shonen sports anime that is women centered or like women focused. Like there's no sports anime about like swimming teams with women or like volleyball teams with women that is like as mainstream. And what I hope for like sports anime in the future is that more women, because please keep up with the battle shonen. Yes. So that is the end of my talk. I ended surprised earlier than I thought. So I will now be opening the floor for questions. Let me check.
All right. So, we're now showing the Slido link on stream. Please, if you have any questions, you may use the Slido link or QR code, or the code 3834960. Put in your question there if you want to respond anonymously, or you can also send them in chat, either on Zoom here or on Twitch or on stream. Yeah. Right. So that was a very, very interesting discussion on how female characters, how
Thank
women
you.
are treated in shonen. It's something that like a lot of people who are into shonen don't really think about too much. Unfortunately, I like to as a male, I would like to apologize.
That's okay. That's okay. That's okay.
It is a little bit of a harsh reality that especially, I guess, in creative writing, it's sort of these things that are like, especially if you grew up a certain way or you consumed certain media, you kind of fall into these traps. Especially if you're not that
exactly. Yeah.
how do I put this? Not that well versed in creative writing, or at least in that specific part of creative writing, right?
Yeah. It's definitely gotten better now. A lot of people like point out more now that the women in this anime are kind of treated really badly. It's better now than before. In the early 2010s, again, I will not stop reiterating that, because that was a trip. That was a fever dream. But like now people still fight other people by saying like, women in anime are not treated well in this certain anime. Like they say like, it's not that serious. But like, if you see female characters in the same, if they're showcased in the same light as male characters without that much emphasis on that they're women and that's like a limitation for them, I think that there really shouldn't be that much of a problem with it.
Yeah. Okay. If I may mention this for a second for everybody listening in, I think that in shonen anime, or even just anime in general, especially us males, like we use anime as a way to see ourselves in characters, or help characters, like how do you put this, see ourselves in characters, and also have the traits of characters like that we learn from, and represent us. I don't think we should be denying women and other genders that right as well to to take pride and to see themselves in other characters, and to have the characters represent them fully, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the thing is, like, it's only a problem, and it's only like something that people will be weird about if they make it weird. If they make it weird that like a woman, like a female character, should have that much because in reality they should be capable of these kinds of things. Like I think I used like Naruto as an example. Like they've shown how capable Sakura is, but there is like an emphasis on how slow it is, and how just because she's a woman and like she can't be that powerful, because if she's too powerful, if she's more powerful than the male characters and she's a woman, then that might be like, that's like people are trying to push the feminine agenda or something, which is like, it's not that serious. It's just wanting women to have more opportunities, and having like more women who like anime to see themselves in those anime. So it really shouldn't be like a weird thing. So yes.
Yeah, I agree with that. All right,
Okay.
so we have a couple of questions in the slide. But before that, I do want to mention this thing that our previous speaker Dr. Christine Santos mentioned gender blindness is a reality, especially in fictional spaces. I think that is something that we can agree on.
That's something a lot of people should remember.
Yeah, pretty much. All right, let's get to the questions. From Anonymous, with the rise of shonen manga having female MCs, do you think there will be enough steam to carry us to a new era of female representation in shonen anime?
There's definitely a lot of people who still think that like, oh, it's weird for they put a lot it's both on a pedestal and like being too harsh on female characters when they're MCs of like media in general, because like it's different when they get emotional and when men get emotional according to like a fan base, a certain fan base, because it's easier for people to hate on women for being like a certain way, like having a huge temper or like being violent somehow. That's kind of either worse or over glamorized than male characters. I definitely think that the rise of like female MCs in shonen is a big step, especially for our female shonen characters. Now, it's gonna take us a while, but it'll definitely we'll definitely get there. I have hope.
I see. All right, we're on that hopium. Let's go.
Hopium is key.
It is so key. All right. So let's move on to the next question. Oh, your camera. Okay, there we go.
Oh, that's good. Sorry.
This is a question. We actually have a name for this. MDMP and DMT. Your number one fan, by the way, real.
That's my friend. Okay. Okay.
Hi, hello. So their question is: aside from women protagonists or deuterogonists, how do you feel about women written as villains in shonen? We've seen a uptick in villainous stories actually recently. What do they lack that their male counterparts have?
I'll say this in a general sense, but a lot of them are like, okay, there's no problem with sexy female villains. I will say that. Like, I am a fan of like women who are like hot and like bad. Like, that's fine, But if their main, like if the main source of their villainy is like they use it as like seduction or like obsessing over the male character, it limits them a lot, because like even then when they're so powerful and they're so like intimidating, they still revolve around like a man, and that's especially ironic given their power. And it just sucks because like a lot of like female villains even until now are very like infantilized or like over sexualized. I will give an example. Actually, I mentioned this a while ago. It was Chainsaw Man and Makima, because Makima is a very controversial character, but like a lot of men in her fan base usually like they're either like overly misogynistic with her, or they infantilize her in a way that her very screwed up decisions and mindset doesn't exist, and like it doesn't exist because she's hot. And that mindset is really unhealthy, and I wish we could just get like more female villains who don't have to rely on men and can just be evil for the sake of being evil. So yes.
All right. Okay. So thank you for that answer. Then here's the next question: how do you think the way women are depicted in shonen series affect the male audience's perception and behavior towards real women?
Specific example of this is cosplayers. Okay, so when women or people who identify as women, they don't all cosplay as women, but like the people who do, and they have the cosplay as like the female character. There's a lot of men who can't separate the real person from the anime character, So they like make a lot of like inappropriate comments and requests to the cosplayers as a projection because they love the female characters and they're obsessed with the female characters to that extent that because the men, not all of the men, but like the a lot of the men in the these shonen anime fan bases, they don't see the women as like people. They see them as like either like marble statues to admire and stuff, or like an object of their perverted desires, or like waifus they have to protect or something like that. So, and that reflects on how they see the real women in their lives. Like, why don't you act like this female character from this shonen anime, like so meek and so sexy or something, or like why aren't you as sexy as this like badass female character? And it's like that shouldn't be the case. They're also just like women, like in the same sense that like the women in these shows are just like, not all of them are human, but like they're human in the way that their minds work in a sense. And like it's the same with like real life women. Like they shouldn't be treated like they're not people. So yes.
That is a very interesting case. I like that you very much like you very much hammer that down, that like this is definitely something that happens, and I agree, this is definitely something that happens. We've seen cases like this, like, you know, I don't want to talk about it too much, but like we've seen cases like this happen before. It's
a lot, and
it's
like
not
conventions
great.
And stuff. It's very
Yeah.
prominent.
It is. All right. Next question. What is your opinion on the rising trend of the Mamification of newer female characters in shonen anime manga?
Yes, okay. This is also kind of connected to my answer in the last question. It degrades, it like downplays their humanity or like their actual character. Because like if you see them as like somewhat, of course there's nothing wrong with like, sure you can call a certain female character mommy and stuff. That happens all the time. And like if it's lighthearted and you don't emphasize it too much, then there's not too much harm, I guess. But like when you like when that's all it is to some people, they don't see the other complex or like good, like better aspects of their character, and like they don't see them in a more in-depth sense, rather than someone they can like worship like a god, or like someone that is an object of their desire. I mean, this would have been worse if like there was a rise of mamification in the previous era, because the writers would definitely enable that stuff. But now I think that fans are just acting this way, like because they're either used to it, or like that's just how they treat the characters they're fans of, and that should definitely be something that should not be too much of a prioritization when it comes to like viewing them as a character.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that answer. We actually do have a question on Zoom from from Dr. Santos.
Okay.
Wait. I can't.
Oh, I can't. I
Did
saw it a while
anybody
ago.
catch that? I saw it a while ago as well.
Oh, sorry, I took it out.
Okay.
Okay.
No,
Is that something
I
you still
just
wanna
wanted
ask?
to ask about
Okay.
what you thought about. I think what you featured were mostly they're part of the kind of like the cast, right? Part of the main cast and crew. But one of an interesting shonen manga that I read recently and also from Shonen Jump, was Promised Neverland.
Yes.
With Emma. So what are your thoughts on Emma?
I will not get into Promised Neverland as a series in general, because I know the anime gets like
so you haven't read the manga?
I have not read the manga. I've only watched the first season. I never finished the second season because I heard it detoured a lot, but I really appreciated, at least in the first season, I appreciated there's a different side of humanity, and like there's a different kind of character that is shown, because it is like the main character, like the very main character is a woman, that there's like a different kind of, I won't say softness is a bad trait, but there's like a different kind of like tenderness and like emotional value to the show, especially since it also has like female antagonists. I think that during that first season, I think that it was a very interesting perspective that I was not used to, but it wasn't exactly unwelcome. It definitely could get better from there, but for what it was, I think it was quite okay. Okay, sir, other questions?
Was that a okay? That was a good enough answer for that question. You can also anybody here can also ask additional questions if you felt like you wanted to have like a more detailed down version of the discussion. But yeah, there's one more question on the slide though. If from the name is just called D, if knowledge about women as more than if knowledge about women as more than just being there or for fan service become widespread, do you think the misogynistic trope will still prevail?
Yes, because misogyny never leaves us. I don't like saying that, but like it's even true with like female female characters in like other forms of media, because like a lot of the time female characters are like way more hated than like male characters. I think an example I can give of this that's like not related, that's not like from an anime, is probably Abby from The Last of Us. And I know that part 2 is like a whole can of worms, but like a lot of the misogyny on her, despite her being just a gray character, like the other protagonists, like Joel and Ellie, they're also very gray. She's very hated on, and sometimes it even like progresses to like people like making fun of her features and like her body type, even though it was like quite progressive at the time for like games. Like she was a buff female character. Misogyny is always going to be in media. The thing that is just going to change is like if the creators stop following this misogynistic mindset, like even though it's subconscious, even though they're just thinking about the men and they're not necessarily purposefully like trying to cause harm on the women in these shonen anime that they're making. There will always be dude bros on Twitter and on Reddit who will say that this woman is like annoying, or like she's useless, or she's not showing enough boobs. There will always be those types of people, because there's always those types of people in any fan base, in any kind of media. But what matters is if the majority of us aren't like that, and when the creators learn to not be like that anymore. Yes.
I see. All right. Okay, so we have no more questions on Slido or on stream or on Zoom, but literally just came in just right now. This is from
Spicy Chicken Joy question.
Spicy.
I think I know who that is. Okay.
A Spicy Chicken Joy question.
Okay.
What do you hope that shonen anime doesn't learn from its shoujo anime counterpart for writing women, girls?
This is a very good question, because I mentioned shoujo anime before, because and I didn't have much to say about it because it was not in the lesson, but I want to add that like shoujo anime women are also until now very damsel in distress kind of characters, and I feel like a lot of people are more lenient with that because they're romance animes, they're slice of life anime. So like the relationships or like the friendships are like the sole focus of the series. Like it's not just a side plot. So I think a lot of people are more forgiving when female characters are not written with the same dimension as male characters are. So I think shonen anime are already learning from this in a way, very slowly again, but they are learning that like women are not dependent on their male love interests, and like they're allowed to have love interests, but that can't just be like their sole purpose in a story, and that's not their only personality trait. They're allowed to be very strong, very arrogant, very confident, very bold, and like very layered as a character. Even what shoujo anime should learn that is that even in romance anime, women are allowed to be very three-dimensional and very layered and very flawed people. Because I think shoujo anime has this thing where like they should write perfect women who don't do anything wrong, otherwise they will be majorly hated by like the fan base. So they just write them as like self-inserts for like the bold, brooding male characters. And that definitely shouldn't be the case. Women are allowed to be flawed the same light as men are. And I like shonen anime has definitely learned that. Shoujo and sports anime, please keep up.
I see. Um, do we have okay? So now we don't have any additional questions.
Yeah, unless
outside.
there's okay. There's no more last minute ones.
I have an additional question actually. Would you say that I guess the perspective like like you split it into like different parts, right? Especially like older anime. Would you say that perhaps like how women were written in older anime, would you consider that as like just an not just but like one of the reasons being like an effect of being a product of their time, and how I guess how older people see women, because maybe I don't know, but like I guess perspectives on women, some of it could be blamed on a generational aspect. Like we tend to see, sometimes you see like older people have this idea of how women should be treated based on the media of their time and all that, and how they learned from people older than them. So would you say that maybe is it a product of their time or generational issue?
I definitely think that like it especially the first era, I said it is definitely a product of its time. That's not to say it's bad. It's just like again, the main target demographic of the early before the 2000s anime was men. So so it would be kind of understandable. Doesn't mean it's good, but it would be understandable that they would not have layered good written women as a priority. Just because it's of its time though doesn't mean it can't be criticized now. Like you can acknowledge and accept that it is like a product of its time, and it is a result of of that generation. But that doesn't mean like people now, even though people who didn't grow up in that generation can't criticize it, because it does have flaws, and that's okay. Like it's understandable why those flaws are there, but that doesn't change the fact that they're still there. So yeah, long story short, it can be acknowledged as a product of its time, but it shouldn't be an excuse, and it shouldn't be something that people like hide their like favorite anime over of like. It should be acknowledged, but it shouldn't be acceptable now, in a sense.
Yeah.
There you go.
I think we're looking at this with the lens of hindsight as well, right? Okay.
Exactly. Yes.
All right. So we don't have any more questions, so I'm assuming we can wrap this up. Thank you so much, Andy, for this wonderful
thank you so
talk.
much.
This was a great way to wrap up FanFeb 2023. It is now 9 o'clock.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh
thank
my
you so
God,
much.
Oh, thank God,
I honestly felt
okay,
like
thank you.
I honestly felt like all the topics in FanFeb, including this one, most especially this one, were topics that we really needed to hear. I think a lot of you can agree with me on that. Yeah. May I ask something from staff, actually? We're only like 2 minutes overtime. Can we overtime a slight tad bit more, especially now that we're online only, to just basically do a very quick reading? I'm gonna wrap, like, no cap, the answers that were missed from the Q&A that were cut short, that were provided by the different speakers. Sure. All right, let's do this. Let's wrap this. All right. So starting with talk number 1, Doujin games in Japan and why we too should make indie games, by speaker ChairGTables, game developer of Lame Dimension. Additional questions were asked. What's your perspective on indie game companies backed by AAA studios that win indie game awards? The answer from ChairGTables: they're still cool. Sometimes these games will still end up being extremely fun. It feels like the charm of making a game from home with your friends is a bit more gone, but you sometimes can't deny how great the game is sometimes. I mean, quality is, is subjective, and it's like, it's perfectly fine no matter who made it. But of course, there's that magic of making a game from home with your friends that are kind of gone. For making games and art, that's just my addition to it. But for making games and art in general, how to keep confidence in your own ideas to be able to put them to fruition while also being able to maintain self-criticism. Answer from ChairGTables: I actually have the funny mentality of, this game sucks, but I love it. Adding from me, harken back to ChairGTables' previous talk in FanFab 2022. Continuing, this lets me love the game a lot while giving me the drive to find ways to make it even better. The most important part, though, is to have fun. You need to find the joy of making things better, but not fix everything that you have the burden of being a perfectionist. Sometimes leaving flaws in is also what makes a game great. See games like Marvel vs. Capcom 2, which is a game with so much flaws, but is one of the largest fighting games in the Philippines. I can agree because I've this is a quote. This is from me. Mother, I've seen a lot of people play Marvel vs. Capcom 2. This is true. Another question. Last question. Some of your game projects took months or even years to finish and sometimes required enormous amounts of effort. Wasn't it intimidating? How did you keep yourself motivated through the whole development process? Answer from ChairGTables: the desire to make sure that the world can see the efforts that my friends put into the game and all the food that me and my friends eat together all the time. It's also easier if you share your project a lot to your friends, because the desire of your friends wanting to see more is a big motivation. For me, and quote, I can agree. When your friends are involved in it, you have like a huge drive to see it done. All right, there were no extra questions during literary role plays with featuring Lacie's Box, with the talk presented by Miwa Hanazawa, founder of Lacie's Box, because it finished early and there were no additional questions. From the earlier talk, these BL are third talk. These BL are dangerous, exploring the queer potential of manga, presented by Dr. Christine Michelle Santos, assistant professor at Ateneo de Manila University. Question, kind of related: do you have thoughts on why GL, or girls love, is much less prevalent than BL, boys love? Is it misogyny or something else? The answer is from Dr. Santos: this is an interesting issue. We first have to acknowledge that in GL history, it is a response to the popularity of BL. It is initiated by various readers but gained prominence in men's erotic media. GL right now is just as popular as BL, albeit this is seen more on an amateur level, such as Fandom February. Original GL works are growing within josei manga, which has a lesser distribution model in comparison to male-oriented manga. Of course, GL is also seen in ero manga, but because of its erotic nature, it is less featured or seen by global GL fans. Of course, GL suffers from misogynistic structures that have limited women's reach in popular media. At the same time, global distribution for the right GL media makes it appear that it is less prevalent, but it is there. Yeah. All right. That's a good answer. Next question: do you think there should be a boundary in how BL should be written, considering that there are queer men expressing concerns? The answer from Dr. Santos: one clear boundary looks into obscenity laws. Each country has different obscenity laws, but in Japan, they have clear laws on what is considered obscene. As for queer men, we have to acknowledge that some queer men can be misogynistic. The demand of some of these queers for a right queer expression is part of purity politics that only expresses a correct form of queerness. Queerness, however, is rooted on non-normative expression. Queer media intends to offer narratives that might not be everyone's cup of tea. It is this, I think it's this queer quality, especially when it shakes patriarchal control of masculine expression, that some queer men take issue with BL. In the same way that men can contribute to women's experiences in GL and het romances, I think women should also be given the liberties to explore men's queer fictions. End quote. My opinion is that, gender is fluid. I think that expression is fluid, and that, we should be given the space to explore these things, right? Question: for BL works derivative of existing IPs, there's sometimes a lot of contention about who tops and bottoms, and sometimes reverse can be like a landmine for some people. And I'm just curious. Hold on, sorry, I lost the doc. Okay, sorry. Can be like a landmine for some people, and I'm just curious because personally, I don't get the insistence on. This is written in kanji. Sayu aite kote. So I'm wondering if you have any thoughts about it. The answer from Dr. Santos: this is specific to people's taste, and it's always something up to debate with every coupling that emerges from derivative works. More often than not, the strict adherence to a character's position in the Odo falls on the reader's comprehension of a character. In Japan, where characters are heavily designed with elements that can be associated with particular stereotypes, there are fans who strongly associate particular designs with a specific character type. For example, characters with shorter height or have effeminate visual features are immediately associated with uke character types. Of course, other readers may read this character differently depending on their personality. For example, a male character may be small, but he is aggressive and powerful. Some may see his potential as seme, but some may feel strongly that he's uke because of his height. This is highly subject to debate, and there have been interesting fandom wars and impacts to these subjective preferences. The categorization of couplings based on sayu kote in fan places such as Comiket and even in shops such as Mandarake is an indication of of how fans have generated these categories to either develop the safe space for their couplings. I must say, however, that on a personal note, I tend to enjoy authors who change my perceptions of how a character can be perceived, especially within the context of coupling dynamics. This makes Riba and staff. May I ask you to put your cursors away from the text? Thank you. Continuing the quote, this makes me a Riba and Gyaku Kapuru enthusiast. So I'm the worst person for those who have strict coupling dynamics. Lol. All right. And there are no extra questions and for women in shonen anime. Fourth talk, women in shonen anime and its roller coaster representation, presented by Andrea Erin Rigono, a student of Ateneo de Manila University, because we ended early. All right. 10 minutes overtime. But yeah, thank you everyone so much for attending Fandom February.
Yes, thank you so much.
Not just week 4, but all of the weeks, all of the talks, including mine, which was like very much like not as prepared. Apologies for that. But yeah, actually you can come back in as co-host, Andy.
Okay.
Just to wrap it up.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Again, thank you so much.
My question is.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Just a tiny bit of chit chat. What did you think of all of the talks actually so far?
Oh my gosh, they were all so in. I feel like the last 2 talks, specifically the one about BL and the one about RP was very very interesting to me, especially because like in context of BL, I do consume like queer mangas and manhwas a lot, and for RP I used to RP, not anymore because of personal reasons, but I do, and there's a lot of like layers and like technicalities that I didn't that I learned in those talks that I found really fascinating. And even like the talks that I wasn't like that familiar with, similar to the first one, I appreciated that there was so much energy and like so much, they really knew what they were talking about when they the speakers, I mean, like
they really do, right?
The energy was great. I enjoyed all of the talks.
Right. For me, some of my favorites include the anime manga industry, because like that's like super important, especially for a lot of those who study in Ateneo or like trying to aim for like Japanese studies abroad, right? Or trying to aim for like a job in Japan. And yeah, it's amazing that like, especially we have like creative industry here who want to move to Japan. Topics in history and information design, anime manga. It's like, man, events organizing for fun and profit. Like we at Toushin, we love our events organizing. I even bought a book for us. It's now with Toushin staff, but yeah, like we getting down to the science of these things. We make mistakes as well as at Toushin with event organizing, but we try to learn from them, and we try to make really good events like this one for everybody to enjoy. All right, so how about you guys over in chat? You guys in the Zoom and on stream?
Yes.
Also for those watching the VOD, what did you guys think of FanFeb? Did you guys enjoy it? Did you have a good
Yes,
time?
this also applies to
Not just
people
for
who
week
were
four, but like all the weeks.
in the previous weeks. I also enjoyed
Yeah,
last
the
week.
previous
It was
weeks
really
as well.
fun. Even though I was late.
Yeah, there were we were late for sure, but yeah, I hope you guys had a good time. And yeah, one more thing before we go though, actually a couple of things. One, please answer the evals form. We mentioned this
Yes,
every
oh my gosh, I
time.
will link them
This
again in the
Yes.
Twitch.
This is how we know that you attended. Yes. You will see them in the links in the Zoom and also in the Twitch chat as well. Also on stream, there's a QR code right there. If you want to show let us know how you felt about the talk and also to serve as your attendance for the talks, please answer the evals form. But yeah, it's very nice to have you. But yeah, we would also like to know what you think so that we can improve further on future events, not just FanFeb, but also other Toushin events in the future, because we definitely have quite the number of them lined up.
Yes, especially next month.
We actually read these, guys. We actually read these. Like, staff actually reads these. We have meetings about them. We don't just like throw them in the trash or whatever, shred them, right? No, we actually do read these. We actually take your opinions into consideration. So, let us know how you feel, and we'll definitely take them into consideration. We'll talk about them. We'll even debate about them. So, yeah. And the other thing as well is we'd like to thank our media partners. Thank you so much for sticking around with us through every even if we we have our technical difficulties and all that. We're very glad that you thought that this is an event worth being a media partner for. We're very, very grateful. We're very, very thankful. And a lot of the media partners don't know this, but a lot of this we couldn't do without them. So thank you so much to our media partners once again. For the last time for this event, we'd like to thank arcademac.com, the Macian Nihon Kyokai, the Reimaru Files, Mokoa Animation, Otaku Play PH, Red Cloud Interactive. Thank you so much for helping make FanFeb 2023 a very, very wonderful event. Thank you so much. And yeah, the other thing I want to read in chat, in Zoom chat, I only attended this week, so it's nice to finally catch up. I find all the topics today interesting. Glad you think so.
Thank you.
And I'm really hoping we can have FanFeb again next year. We'll let you know if it does happen. So yeah, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much for attending. We're 50 minutes over time, but it's online only. We're not on site anymore, so it's all good. We would also like to apologize for those. We would also like to apologize for those who are expecting an on-site for week 4. Unfortunately, it was announced very late. I think a lot of people were also complaining about this on Twitter. It was announced very late that today was going to be literally last night, like at 7 p.m. It was crazy, right? It was announced last night that today would be a special non-working holiday in celebration of EDSA People Power Revolution, which happens tomorrow, supposedly. But it was made holiday today as like an economic holiday. Right. A lot of us were not prepared, but then we were waiting to see if there would be classes and activities today. But it turns out, as we heard from Sangu, the student council, we heard that there would be no classes or activities today. So as much as we wanted to, we were not allowed to hold on site for week 4. And even if we did, there would be no one to attend because it was technically a holiday and there were no classes. So. But yeah, I'm glad we could have this online. Well, FanFeb last year started online, so it's like coming back full circle, don't you think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is my first FanFeb actually, because I am a first year, but
I see. Yeah.
Technically, I am 19, so yeah, I am a first year.
Your first year.
So this is really fun. Yes.
It is. Welcome to Toushin. Welcome to FanFeb, and yeah, this has been going on this is actually the 3rd year of FanFeb. We started in 2021.
Oh, it's already 3rd?
It's already the 3rd year because,
Wow.
we started during the pandemic. Actually, this is a secret. This is a little secret.
Okay.
I'm gonna provide to everybody. My roommate, if you know the VTuber term roommate, my IRL, was actually responsible for for suggesting the idea of FanFeb. It was a little like discussion between us and staff, and like we were like, how are the original? Because originally before the pandemic, in February we would hold like a cosplay cafe called Amaiki Saten. That was one of Toshin's flagship projects aside from Tokon. But because of the pandemic, we couldn't hold it anymore. How can you hold a cosplay cafe in a pandemic? It's just not gonna happen. So we were rushing to think of ideas for February, and I had this idea that like, TED Talks, right? But what if TED Talks but weeb, right? So yeah. But yeah. I really had fun this event. I hope everyone had fun too. And I think it's time for us to wrap up.
Yes, thank you to everyone who's stuck around until now. It's been a very, very long but very fun 4 or 5 hours of the last Toshin week. Last Toshin week, last Fan Feb
Last
week.
Fan
sorry.
Feb week. Let's go.
Not the org. Not the org. No.
Yeah.
Last Fan Feb week. We definitely still have more stuff in store this year. It's not the last.
Yeah.
Slip of the tongue there. But yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. All right. So remember, do keep an eye out for future Toshin events. Don't forget to follow us as well on Facebook and Twitter, facebook.com/Toshin org or Toshin.org, and twitter.com/Toshin.org, and check out our website as well, Toshin.moe. Thank you guys so much for attending Fandom February, and we'll see you guys in the next Toshin event.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Arigato. Mata ne.